Ladies and gentlemen, Diamond Podcasting Productions presents The Shoot, a pro wrestling podcast, with your hosts, Dan Burke and Drew McKenzie.
Well, I don't know if spring has brought on an early case of hay fever or we have reached WrestleMania fever, but we are live tonight here on The Shoot, or live on tape, I guess you could say. That would probably be the proper terminology when you're, plus with on-demand media, you pretty much you could be live anywhere at any point at any time. So doing the regular good morning, good afternoon, and good night. It's not like we're in morning drive on fucking Poughkeepsie somewhere doing morning zoo radio talking about like the newest Lady Gaga album or latest celebrity news, or it's not some top four. It's not some classic rock station where it's just like it's Dan and Mac in the morning here in Providence, WZLX. No. We're in an era of on-demand media. And if you're a wrestling fan, you have absolutely come to the right place here on The Shoot, part of the Diamond Podcast Production Network. I am your host, Daniel Burke, and my co-host, as always, my brother from another mother. For half my fucking life, I've known this guy, Mac.
Why you gotta age us like that all the time, man? Like,
not all the time.
Fair enough.
It's called talking you up.
Yeah, I know, but then it's just like ageist and shit like that, man. I don't know.
I can come on here and just be like, and here's this asshole having over song. Mind you, if this was 15 years ago, I would be slurring my words because I'd probably be pissed drunk.
Oh, give me. I got a couple drinks. Give me an hour. I got a couple down here already. Yeah, it's funny because we have known each other for so long. We have kind of the same brain when it comes to wrestling and obviously as fans.
Everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty much like everything else. It's a pleasure as always, my friend. Every time we get on here, no matter how much work I have to do to prep the show, it's always fun to see the work that we do after the fact, obviously. And this week was pretty fun because I am back in New York for this week. I had an on-site meeting that I had to go to yesterday. I'm getting out early tomorrow. I think you're off tomorrow.
Yes.
So we're again recording this on Thursdays. Tomorrow is Friday, so it's been a trip, and I have to say I think the show prep minus our recording app was pretty much on point tonight. I was pretty much done by the time we had started pre-show, and then the recorder just decided to be like all over itself, so I had to redo one of the slides, but it was thankfully pretty easy tonight. So I was stoked when we talked about what we're going to talk about tonight, because I was like, I don't have to do much.
No.
After last week and after, everything that happened this week, obviously both what I just said and obviously in the wrestling world, it's been a interesting week, man.
We actually saw each other in person last Friday.
We did.
Because I decided to talk you into, because I decided...
Peer pressure
completely, and I will be the first one to admit it. Being 40 years old, I decided to take a day off from work and go see Ghostbusters, and I talked back into doing it as well, which I'm very proud of.
It really didn't take much convincing. So just the backstory a little bit of why I said yes. Okay, so the backstory is that came out on the Thursday that we recorded the last show. We started on a Friday. So for those that don't know, we typically start recording around like 8:30. It's about 8:33 right now. we started late last week because of one of the segments that I knew we were going to get into trouble with because I wanted to add a lot more to it, which I thought it came out great.
Right.
But it kept the show long.
It did.
And then I don't know about you, but I don't go immediate to sleep. I say I do typically when we're in post, but I just can't. So I probably didn't go to bed till about like 2:30 that night.
Yeah.
And I had to get up. I don't want to say like early, but I work at 8:30. So I was rough. So I was like, you know what? I'm going. I don't need much convincing after that.
We also went with Mark, who's been also on this program before. Mark and I, we did the same thing when Afterlife came out. Opening day, we took the days off, and we went. I usually get there a little bit early because I'll go behind a building somewhere for a nice little walk, take in a little fresh air, especially when I'm going to a film. Sometimes you just want to be able to go and relax, smoke some weed behind a Dick's Sporting Goods. I mean, hey, like it's part of the process sometimes.
I love that it's legal in that state, and you're like, I'm going to go hide behind this random store and smoke weed, even though it's legal.
Well, it's legal, but it's also to the extent of like alcohol. You can't just go in front of like fucking Lane Bryant and just start smoking smoking a pre-roll. People might have some questions. So I feel like, and there were kids around too. There's always the kid factor at plazas, even though it's a random Friday. Why would they be there in the middle of the day? But they were there. So it's just, you don't need that type of attention drawn to you sometimes. So sometimes you got to be a little bit discreet. I mean, even though you do stick out like a sore thumb when you're walking behind buildings randomly, usually that's places where trucks would go to bring in merch and stuff of that nature. But no, I got away with it last time. So I was just like, I'll get away with it again. And I sure as hell did. Because why are they going to call? I'm not going near anything. Security doors are causing a ruckus. I am just doing my freedom, expressing my freedoms in the state of Massachusetts, which is surprising in the sense of that when they legalized this stuff, I thought, number one, the prices were going to be exorbitant. And number two, that they were going to really kind of reel people in with this. But the opposite had happened on both. If you wanted to buy a quarter of marijuana in the state of Massachusetts, you would be paying, including with tax, at certain places, about $60.
Yeah, they've gone down.
Which is considerably gone down. That is cheaper than some dealers were doing at some point when things were not legal. And statute of limitations, and I don't think that they're going to come after me anyways at one point. Of like, he used to go to dealers for stuff like, yes, it wasn't legal, so where were we supposed to
on that other show, so I don't think they're going to come after you.
Exactly.
They might go after him, but they're not going to go after
antagonizing. I'm not antagonizing a police force that's still dressed like they're about to invade Poland. But, come on, guys. I love you guys. Like, we have no problem whatsoever. I don't care what's going on down in Canton. None whatsoever. You're going to worry about me. Or Mac. None of us.
I mean,
we don't care.
Technically, I'm only there every other week right now, so it doesn't really matter.
Exactly. It's like, I don't care. Like, that's why I'm not another program anymore, folks. Like, hey, we were just like,
I think I engaged at the first conversation because it was still fresh, but after that, and after what happened to Turtle Boy, for those that don't know, I'm just gonna say look it up. We're not gonna get into that, but
nope.
Yeah, just saying. After that, I was like, I'm done.
Yep, I don't want to be on any lists or anything of that nature. I don't do anything wrong. I don't do like I collect toys and smoke a lot of weed and watch a lot of fucking wrestling. That's my life. And being able to talk about this and also at certain entities earns a kind of a living with this.
Yeah.
So it's allowed me a lot of creative freedom, and to be able to do that as well. You sometimes need a little bit of an aid to do so. And I really don't feel like going back to what I was doing 15 years ago, throwing up in front of a movie stop before going into Iron Man 2. You really don't. There's just moments of time.
Those were the days.
Oh, Archie, it's like,
Archie.
do I really want to eat it? Like, do you really? Do we really got to go down that road again? And instead, now it's just like, if I want to watch Iron Man 2, I'll just get baked and probably fall asleep on the couch. Like, that's kind of where things have gone, and it's a lot safer instead of throwing up in front of a movie stop.
I mean, that wasn't really unsafe. Just the reason as to why you were throwing up made it unsafe.
You think about it now, and sometimes you look back on things and you say to yourself, every time that I was upset about something, I just went out and drank, and it was just like, that was not healthy. Like, you put the two and two together, you're like, because there's a lot of things that happen as an adult in life that, you get a lot of setbacks sometimes. And if you did that whenever you drank or you got completely smashed when that happened, you wouldn't be in a good place. You just wouldn't. So I feel like with the advent and the legalization of marijuana in the state of Massachusetts, which I have to completely admit, and there's not a lot of things that I compliment the state of Massachusetts on sometimes, even though I really wouldn't want to live anywhere else. Like, that's the weird thing. It's this whole relationship sometimes with the state where you're just like, that's completely ass backwards. But then there are moments you're just like, I don't want to live anywhere else. And the fact that for so long, and especially the last 25 years, this area has also had a wealth of championship glory. So, being from Boston, being from New England, there's nowhere else I would rather be. So, for Massachusetts to be able to do this and be able to have really an exceptional record with it and not screwing over the consumer, I have to say hats off. Congratulations, Massachusetts. For not being a dumpster fire.
Well,
That other states are.
That's yeah, at least about that.
So
it's
back
funny.
to Ghostbusters.
Well, I do want to say one more thing about that, just about the prices. I remember when it first became legal in that state, and it was probably on par with what you would get from a dealer, like $60 for an eighth.
Yes.
And then going there now, it's like you get the same money, and it just goes a lot further. So,
and that includes tax. You're just sitting there. You're like, wait, what?
I think I went last weekend before I came back here because it's still so fresh here and so new that it's like it's what Massachusetts had prior. It's just like the prices are very expensive, and plus because of the amount of locations, or I really should say lack thereof, it's a lot harder still to come by that people still kind of go through dealers. So when I went this past week, I got not a lot. We'll just say it was an eighth, right? It was like less than $25. And it's just like, I remember buying from dealers in college we're talking about and paying like, triple if not quadruple the price, depending.
$40 for an eighth. That was 10 years ago. You were spending like $40 an eighth. Maybe more.
No,
I think it was
more.
it was like 40 and 6. It was like between $40 and $60 for an eighth.
Yeah.
And now in the state of Massachusetts, a decade later, you can get a quarter for the same amount of money. You're just like, how the fuck did this happen? Really? That's including tax? And plus, you know what you're getting, where before with dealers, you didn't know if the stuff was going to be oregano or...
It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
It really was Forrest Gump movie, because You could be sitting there like Lieutenant Dan for 2 hours, or you could not feel anything and just being like Forrest Gump on the bench where he's just sitting there waiting for the bus. You're like, nothing's really happening.
It was like that with a lot of drugs, but I feel like we're like way off the rails right now. So Ghostbusters, yeah.
Yes, Ghostbusters. Jesus Christ.
I mean, if you give me like 10 seconds, I could probably just sum this up. I had it ready, and then I got off the screen, and now I gotta go back to it. Hold on.
God.
It's almost there. Hold on. I got it. Where are you? Hurry up. I had you 5 seconds ago. Why did I get off the screen?
Why did this not work?
Oh, here it is.
I mean, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way.
Who ran?
Yes.
I might have to use that one like 50 times today.
That literally, I think, will be a forever clip. Like, we'd have to, like, every so often, every time.
I'm going to find a way to add that to both computers and everything before the end of time. I'll say it that way because I don't know where I'm going to fucking do it. But
She's made that her own. That's now hers.
It's really funny because I remember the what the fuck is that you did. I remember saving it, but I because I save it on my phone, I never remember where it is really. So as I'm looking through my messages to try to find that, I find that one first, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to send this one to the group too, and that way it's right there with it too, because that's just amazing.
It really is.
It is. Yeah.
But yeah, that I went into this kind of skeptical, and I wasn't like that with Afterlife. Afterlife, I was like pumped.
I feel like you, and I'm going to cut you off, but it's just telling given the comments that you told me before, and it was that you had read the reviews and you were not, I don't know, cautiously optimistic, I think is the best way to say it.
Yes.
You know?
And and it's just, I left it, and I left the theater, and I was initially like, it wasn't as bad as I thought. And then you just sit there, and then you start thinking about stuff later, it festers you, and then you're just like, half the shit that was in the trailer wasn't even the fucking movie.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there's going to be, there really wasn't a battle with the enemy at the end. It was just like, like, it's just, I never felt like the movie, they were in grave danger at any point. And this thing was supposed to be a world killer. And they never, one guy who owned a vape store got killed. That was it. And I just never felt like that they were at any point in grave danger. I thought that there was, and I hate to throw spoilers out there, but I think
it's been a week.
Yeah. It's been a fucking week. Like I'm giving them a week. It's not like I came out on Monday with this, right? And it's just the fact that I was thinking, because I look at the Ghostbusters and I look at everybody in the cast, and I'm just like, they're all getting older. They can lose someone. And I thought Bill Murray, this was it. I thought Bill was not coming back after this. I'm like, they'll find a way to kill him off. Bill probably won't be back after that. Which I was okay with. I was accepting, even though I am still a firm believer you can't do a Ghostbusters film without Bill Murray. But you can now because he's pushing fucking 80 something.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, I love Bill. Bill is instantly one of my favorite, is still one of my favorite actors / just personalities ever in life. But it's kind of the same thing with like Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. They're all old, even though De Niro just got nominated for an Oscar, they're all old, but still I just hold them in a regard of, yeah, they can just ride off into the sunset now and it's fine. And that's kind of the way I look at it with Bill. And I wouldn't have been like, that's upsetting. Like if he got, none of them got killed.
Right.
None of them. So that's why I was just like, there was no stakes for this. This was nothing happened. Like in the movie where you sit there, oh, well, what's her face? Whatever the fuck her name is.
Phoebe?
Phoebe. She kind of went through her own self-exploration.
Exploration.
But
yeah, we're not going to repeat the words that I used because that's definitely going to get us canceled.
No, but we'll repeat the words that I said, like audibly in the movie theater. Like within it was like the first 45 minutes. I'm just like, what the fuck am I watching?
I mean, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, like literally.
Like, what is that?
Exactly what that clip is exactly what I said.
That's why I sent it.
Yeah.
Listen, again, I saved that like months, if not a few years ago at this point, because it's going to come up in daily life, right? Whether it be the clip itself, obviously, or just the context of the clip and you're watching something or listening to something and you have that reaction. Not just you, but anybody. And that's why I saved it, because it's the perfect reaction. And literally, you were very close, if not almost verbatim, to that reaction in the theater. Yeah.
And I'm glad Mark also wasn't mad that I was starting to hate on it, because I think you could sense it. And it's just like, I hate going to a theater and just being like, well, that wasn't what I expected. And I didn't, like, I'm disappointed. Did I hate it outright? No. Was I disappointed? Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's just you have to, and it's not because it was like a bad sequel. It just didn't do anything. It's kind of like Age of Ultron with Avengers. It's just like it didn't do anything. Like it was there.
It set up Civil War though. In that
it set up. It did set up Civil War, but like Civil War should have just been a fucking Avengers movie.
Yeah, like, I agree. Trust me.
That Captain America, like Captain America, Civil War.
Here's my friend.
Yeah, it's like no, just.
I agree though about Ghostbusters though. Like Marvel Cinematic Universe, like dude, that's gonna be like a history book lesson at some point, but. You know, I can understand the context and the correlation between that and this movie. This movie, I felt like only served to introduce somewhat new things, and I guess just gonna throw it out there, and the Fire Master, which I felt was just unnecessary.
Oh God, it's just anything that he was in, I was just like, all right, I'm checked out. Like there were certain parts of the movie I was looking at my phone. Like I'm in the middle of the theater. I'm just like, I don't care. Fuck it. Because it was so. I even got up at one point to go to the bathroom, and that hardly ever happens. If I'm into a film, I don't get up.
I was shocked. I was very shocked by that.
It was, and he was getting to like the third act. Like they were there. They were
right there.
They were right there, and I was just like, I'm gonna take a piss. Like I knew what, I just sensed it. I was just like, even though I was expecting at the end of it, I'm just like, oh come on, they're gonna one of the OGs is gonna go down, right? You're gonna try to sell it? No, nobody went down.
Yeah, I didn't notice it until the diner, and then I was just like, really.
Yeah.
At that point, I was just like, I wasn't gonna get up and go to the bathroom, but I was definitely, thinking about it, so to speak, because I just felt that at that point, I understood a lot of where they were going to go with it, but the thing that disappointed me the most, despite that aspect of it, because like you say what you want, like I just didn't care for it, but it really was that what you had already said with the lack of just having this really be a big bad kind of situation. And I know there are people out there that enjoyed the movie, and Godspeed. I didn't hate it, just like Dan said. He didn't hate it. We just didn't love it either.
No.
But, just freezing the beach was not really enough for me.
No, it's just, again, there was no sense of danger. I never felt like anybody was like, that this was a high stakes situation. I knew in the end they would probably prevail, but I didn't expect it to be, well, someone's going to take an L here. Like, we're going to lose something in this. They didn't lose anything. All it did was it was a stopgap, because you just sat there and you're like, what the fuck? But also what it's done is it puts the franchise in a situation where it's like, I don't know where they're going to go from here. I just don't.
So let's talk about that real quick. And I don't have the graph because apparently I didn't know that Ghostbusters was the third segment tonight. But I want to talk about it just real quick because, and Mark had posted this, and I'm sure other people were going to think it anyways, regardless, where they posted a picture of the most successful Ghostbusters sequel. So basically anything after the first movie. Okay. Unanimously, almost, people selected the second movie.
Yep.
So
and
Vigo and the slime and all that stuff. And then after that, I believe was Afterlife.
Yeah.
Then this, and then the 2016.
Yeah. The 2016 one was obviously the last choice.
Yeah.
I, again, didn't understand. Like, I loved Ghostbusters 2 when I was a kid, and I still will die on that hill. I've always loved Ghostbusters 2, but there was an audience on the internet when I got deep into it that were like, Ghostbusters 2 is not that good. I'm like, what?
They rode the fucking Statue of Liberty with a fucking Nintendo controller.
That was badass.
Go fuck yourselves.
Exactly. Like, if there's any mic drop moment of any of the sequels, that's it. Yeah.
There's so many things I could say right now that I'm just gonna get canceled if I say them, because Ghostbusters 2 is not the best movie in the world. However, as a sequel, it is more than adequate. More than adequate.
100% agree with you. 100%. Like, to me, is it as good as 1? No. 1 is an all-time classic.
Correct.
But you know what? 2 is still probably a high. I'd give it a 9 out of 10. Like,
I was gonna say high B, low A.
Yeah, exactly.
But you're right.
So I feel like it's a 9 out of 10. If you're putting the original at 10 out of 10, you got to put Ghostbusters 2 at a 9 out of 10. And I would put Afterlife at a 7 or an 8. This movie, probably a 5. Not even a 6. I'd probably put it at a 5.
Afterlife was really good.
Afterlife was a 7 or 8.
Yeah. I would almost argue 8 or 9. I would say it's right there with the second movie. I just feel that the second movie is just that much more iconic, and I literally just gave one example why. They're riding the fucking Statue of Liberty, yeah.
With a Nintendo controller.
Exactly. And just overall, too, it's a good movie. I remember the toaster scene.
It was a turbo controller, so it was smart.
It was, yeah. But I remember the toaster scene and all these other great parts of that movie. Again, it's the best movie? No, definitely not. Dude has a weird baby obsession. I get it. It's weird. Afterlife.
Batman Returns. They were abducting their firstborn children on Christmas or something like that. Some shit.
All right.
And that had a McDonald's endorsement tied in with that.
It had Coke or something too, if I'm not mistaken, but I forgot.
That summer of '92, every time we went to McDonald's, we
got the cups, man.
You got the cups and you got the toys.
Yep. And I remember just quoting the first movie, "Where does he get those wonderful toys?" But yeah, and Afterlife, in my opinion, is right there with the second one. After that, this one obviously, I remember Mark asking us, and he said he gave it a 9. I think you gave it an 8, and I said 7 or 8.
Yep.
So I feel like a 5 or a 6 really isn't outlandish. And I know there's people with different opinions about this movie, and especially the fact that it's only been out for about a week when we're talking about this. But I get it. Listen, like, it's gonna have its detractors. It's gonna have its people that really liked it, and it's gonna have people like Dan and I who kind of like right in the middle. We don't think it's a bad movie. It's just it could have been better. If they included some of the stuff from the trailers, as Dan kind of alluded to early in the conversation, it could have been a great movie. But all in all, it still beats up the 2016 movie. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, by leaps and
Yeah. That's all I could say.
I can't do it. I can't.
I'm gonna say this just for our defense before we move on, because I feel like we're not gonna get much more out of this conversation,
Right.
or we're gonna get canceled. But before we get canceled, I'll say it has nothing to do with the fact that it was an all-female cast. It just really doesn't. It just was not a well-written movie.
Even though I felt like some of them were miscasted, some of the parts.
100% agree with that.
But
100%.
I did not care that it was all women. It was every other aspect of the film that was the problem.
Yeah, like Chris Helmsworth as like the Janine character, and then he becomes possessed. Like, what?
Yeah.
It was just a weird movie. I get why people might assume, especially when two men get on fucking YouTube and they're shitting on an all-female cast movie. That just was not the case, though. It really was a poorly written movie. I get, especially during that time period, 2016 through even now, if you think about it, they're trying new things, they're trying to rehash certain movies with all-female casts, or recasting with, actors of different ethnicities, so to speak. And listen, like, we know why they do it. I have no problem with that. But that's not why we don't like it. That's the biggest issue that I take away from people that say stuff like that. They're like, oh, well, you're just shitting on it because it's an all-female cast. No, we're shitting on it because it was an awful movie. Like, it just really was.
I could have cared less. Like, it's just, there were certain talent that was in that film that I love. Like,
yeah, same.
They've been in some great shit. So I had high hopes, but the problem is that I saw the trailer, as everybody else did, and I was just like, that's a no for me, brother. And that was only because of the fact that it wasn't good. It didn't look good. I just didn't want to see it. And that's 90% of the problem with Hollywood out there, because they keep rehashing these things, thinking, oh, they'll come back. They'll come back. They'll come back and watch it. Disney's done that so much recently.
Yeah.
And they lost their ass last summer because of it. I mean, let's go for it. Indiana Jones did not make its money back. And they brought Harrison Ford back, who's 80-something years old, thinking, oh, we'll be able to, yeah, okay.
It's funny?
Okay.
I'll tell you, I didn't hate the movie, but I hated that you could tell his age.
Yeah.
And, like, just, because I know you're in the same boat with me. You loved Indiana Jones growing up.
Of course.
So to see him at this advanced age and not moving too great, like CGI and stunt doubles and everything can only do so much. You could tell the guy was old. And I have absolutely no problem with an older Indiana Jones, but Harrison Ford pushing 80 or in his 80s versus if they'd done this when he was in his 50s or 60s, would have been vastly different. The female co-star, I don't even remember the role she had at this point, which is kind of an odd choice, I felt like. They really had no dynamic, and Harrison Ford is, I feel like, playing Harrison Ford. He's a crotchety old guy. Like, he didn't feel like Indiana Jones anymore. I didn't hate the premise of the movie. I thought it was a good premise. I just felt that it was somewhat poorly written for the vast majority of the film, in addition to the stuff I just said about Harrison Ford himself.
I think I haven't yet to watch him, only because of the fact that it's just.
It took me a long time too. I'll be the first to admit.
There's just a part of me that just can't do it because.
Well, Crystal Skull sucked too, so
that's
another part of it. That's another part of it too.
Like you just knew from the explosion when he was in the with the Gophers, you're just like, oh fuck, I'm in for a long night.
I think I knew it was in a long night when I found out Shia LaBeouf was in the movie.
Well, that too. Fucking asshole.
Just do it. Do it.
Yeah. Just do it. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, just get a fucking career. Go ahead, just do it.
Just kill your career, more like. But yeah.
Fucking asshole. And he was and 07, 08, you couldn't escape him because of the fucking Transformers movies and then that. And I loved it at the end of Crystal Skull. One of my favorite moments in that film, though, was when he was trying to put the hat on, and then Indiana just grabs it from him, puts it back on. You're just like, yeah, motherfucker, you ain't grabbing that.
Yep.
Don't even try.
Yep. Exactly.
And looking back on it, I'm sure Disney is just like, well, thank God that didn't happen.
I mean, then they released this movie, so who's to say, really? You think we should talk about wrestling? Shit.
And I was like, we're not going to talk about other shit tonight to start. I promise. And then it's just like, fuck this, Ghostbusters, damn it.
I mean, that was a segue into like us actually hanging out, because I know people are like, you guys don't hang out. It's like, no, we've been friends for 20 years or so. We've said that. We do hang out.
Yes, we might hang out for WrestleMania next weekend. We still don't know. Right?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on yet. I was actually going to ask you at some point that week. So.
We'll yeah. No, I'll be. I do have an open invite to another friend's house, Boomerang. So it's like one of those deals. It's like, but I don't know, because it's like with certain commitments and people that I do work with, either here or elsewhere. There's always that knock on the door of like, hey, do you want to jump on a chat? Yeah, let's do it. So it's more, especially with this, when you're trying to keep up, you're trying to be able to content create for people. You have to somewhat be available sometimes to just drop of a hat to go. And next weekend is probably going to be one of those weekends where it's just, there's going to be a lot, because we're in it. Like we're, when this gets released, we're going to be within striking distance. And WWE, I feel like, is just putting up go-home shows every single week. And this show is still, there's another full week of television. There's SmackDown when this comes out. Hopefully this will be out Friday. Knock on wood. But then there's Raw and SmackDown next week, and then there's the Hall of Fame. There's SmackDown this week still, and then, of course, next weekend you have the big one, or big two for that matter, where heading into this coming week, there are still a lot of question marks and still a lot of intrigue and still a lot of things that need to be figured out, stories that need to be told, and questions that need answering. Everything lately, especially the last few weeks, has just been can't miss TV.
Yeah.
This company is hot. They are red hot heading into their biggest weekend of the year. And this week's television and last week's television were just as compelling. And even though some would say SmackDown, the kind of some of the things that happened on SmackDown were a bit of a letdown, no one was let down on Monday. Not a soul that I have talked to or that I have conversed with has said that Monday was a bad show. The comments that I have heard from people and in conversation has been, this is the best, that was the best Raw they've done in years. Hands down. And when you have that going for you, like, it hasn't been like this in so long, where TV is like red hot and everybody is excited about WrestleMania. Because last year, there was a good solid buildup with some things. Like last year's Mania, it was the first under Triple H, but there was still that looming shadow behind the curtain. Especially he reared his ugly head the night after WrestleMania weekend, which almost was a complete disaster. The same day that they announced the formal plans of the acquisition of Endeavor, that the UFC and WWE would be merging, somebody that was out of power, redacted, decided that he was going to run Monday Night Raw and tear up scripts at 7 o'clock at night before an 8 o'clock show. And the last shot was Brock Lesnar given the double bird. And it was kind of symbolic because it was like, oh, that's right. It'll never be yours. It'll never be yours. I will always somehow find my way to ruin things and to be the overlooking shadow and the boogeyman, so to speak, that will always somehow find his way to hinder or hurt the product in the long run because he feels like it. Now, the last 6 months or so, but especially since November, this company has been on fire. Literal fire. Everything has been very well executed. Every pay-per-view has been stellarly reviewed by people. I've never heard this much buzz around this company, at least in my adult life. Maybe when I was a teenager, this was going on. And I've always stuck with this industry. There have been times that my will has been tested. There have been moments where I've just been like, it's not worth it. 5 years ago, the WWE creatively was probably had their worst creative year other than like 1995 and 1993.
I would agree
like
with that.
right up there. It was at least in the top 5 ever. And that was the year they made the deal with Fox. So they were having all this financial kind of goodwill come to them. But the audience was on the verge of a revolt. And that's how AEW kind of got started. That's how AEW kind of had that lead for a few years. And then as soon as things kind of shifted, the one thing I think people at AEW didn't think was going to happen, which has ultimately hurt them, is they never expected that a certain person who is redacted would never be out of power, and somebody was going to come in and be like, fuck, they know how to book. Shit, they're using logic. Long term? Oh no. Like all these things that this company has been immune or just had no concept of. All of that stuff that they have been able to do long term, all of that creative freedom that the talent have, how everybody now is confident, and how everybody now is carrying themselves for the brand. I have never seen morale in WWE this high ever, even during the Attitude Era. As a fan, you just tell. You can tell with the talent. You can tell with even Becky Lynch saying in recent interviews that she has 2 months left on her contract, and they're asking her follow-up questions. Yeah, I don't see myself going anywhere else. No one wants to leave.
Well, to that point, just real quick, why would she?
Exactly.
For a feud with, Sasha Banks, whatever you want to call her, for a feud with Julia Hart, who's still green, Sky Blue, Britt Baker, like, I understand that there are some other names, obviously, there. There's Saraya or Paige, and okay, fine, there's some history with some of those women, and I get that, and you can maybe have a good feud with Britt Baker, who has been off TV for how long now?
Almost a year.
Yeah. It's just one of those situations that if it's... I feel like Edge was the exception to the rule just because everybody knew he wanted to work with Christian one last time. Everybody knew that.
Well, it's just... He had earned the right to...
I don't disagree. Yeah.
To kind of... And Edge, I always think was WWE loyal, but I think at the same time, they went to him and they pretty much just said, look, like, we still want to use you. We just want to put you at a feature, make you a featured player and not kind of burn yourself out, which he's been on TV every week in AEW. He's been doing more than just pay-per-view matches, and their ratings have gone down. And the same thing has happened with the new people that they brought in. And again, with WWE also getting hot, and also the guy that you fired last fall went back to the company that he never thought he would go back to, and secured one of the highest rated segments in wrestling TV. And the fact that when he debuted for you in 2021, he draw 1.2 million people at 10 o'clock at night on a Friday on a whim, because it was a rumor. It wasn't announced that CM Punk was going to be in Chicago that night, but it was kind of like, where he was on Raw on Monday, sold out, Rosemont, in fact, the attendance was so high, they had to change the aspects of the production. They had to make things smaller. And his segment the other night drew 2.2 million. 1 million people, 1 million more people than his debut in AEW.
Yeah.
So, all that, and we'll get to that when we talk about Raw, but it is a magical time. The terminology that people are using, I have heard now quite a bit, is we are in the midst of the Renaissance era for World Wrestling Entertainment. And it's one of those terms I'm just like, but as I keep hearing it now, it kind of grows more like it's like, okay, like that more is a term of just like, yeah, I like that term actually, the Renaissance era, because it's just, it feels different. Like everything now feels different. We're going into a WrestleMania weekend where we don't know where the what most of the match outcomes are going to be. We still don't. The title matches could go either way at this point, even though I believe Cody has to win. That is your biggest, you have to make sure that happens. But at the same time, you still don't know if he's going to win or lose or not.
Right. That's what I was going to say, though. You think the same about Seth and Drew. You feel that Drew has to win, especially now that they've announced that CM Punk is going to be on commentary, which we'll get to in a little bit. But you almost feel the same exact way here. Like, certain people have to win. We talked about that a few times with Bayley and Io. Bayley has to win. But you still get this sense of this can go either way. The one thing I remember saying the last 2 weeks about Raw is Raw felt fun again. And this was no exception. It just
especially for a 3-hour show.
Yeah, dude.
Because it's just, I don't remember in the 3-hour Raw era where it was like you had to watch every single minute till the end. Where every minute it was just like you were going to see something that was even Ricochet did something the other night. I was just like, holy shit. But it was just one of those shows you're just like, wow. And they're doing it at the right time because you want to have hot TV going into WrestleMania. You absolutely do. You want to have people talking. And again, it's just...
Well, people were definitely talking about this one.
Oh, yes. Yes. More ways than one.
Yeah.
So and I'll admit, I was kind of disappointed with SmackDown, but Monday was definitely just like this thing has really got it going.
Well, what's I guess that's where we'll start. We'll start with SmackDown first. I feel like there's a lot less to talk about there, anyways. Still some. I guess one of the things that doesn't pertain to WrestleMania, we don't know that for sure yet, but we'll have to see, was the announcement that tomorrow or Friday, depending when this gets posted, when you're watching, it will be 3/29/24, first SmackDown with Jade Cargill as an official SmackDown superstar.
Right.
I think that's huge. You've kind of seen it, and we'll talk a little bit about it with the picture right above that with Io, who was supposed to be coming out for her entrance, but they go to the back and she's beating the crap out of Bayley, so she's a little bit late for her music, but she had a match against Naomi, did Io, which Damage Control, of course, got involved in, and then the ever-skeptical lately Bianca Belair came out to make the save. It's a little bit telling. You know, I know we talked about this last week, where that might be a tag title match. Asuka currently is hurt. She's looked okay. She had a little bumping this past week, so she looks to be okay. Nothing serious. Okay. At least we hope. You know, we don't know officially what that scenario is, what her status is. But it's going to make sense either way, in my opinion. If she's good to go, they could do it for the tag titles. It could be a 6-tag match where it's, them and Dakota Kai against Jade and Naomi and Bianca. So they could do any number of things. It just kind of seems like the hints that they're trying to drop is going to be a 6-woman tag match.
Right.
But, I mean, I wouldn't be disappointed if it was just a tag match either. And Jade's still green.
Yeah, but if you're gonna have Jade debut, doing it in a 6-person tag team match, I think is it's the way to go.
Oh, I agree.
Jade is a star. I saw that at the Rumble. I was in the crowd for that. She got one of the loudest reactions of the night. And the weird thing is that I look at because some of the inside comments that CM Punk had made, like about he's made reference to his AEW run. So has Cody. Sometimes when they make comments like that, they get no reaction whatsoever because there is a difference. There are some people that like AEW, and then there's the WWE fans that just that's all they know. They don't like other companies.
Right.
So, but Jade got a loud reaction, and I was like, "This is weird." But it's also just because it's just it. She wasn't from any other TV, like like no one. If the majority of the WWE audience doesn't watch any other company, how do they know who she was? Or was it just the fact that all the buzz was that came out around her? The fact also that she looks like a star, like you see her, and it's just number one, extremely beautiful, and she just has that look of just a star. She looks like somebody, and I remember when she was in AEW, I just kept telling people, "Man, she's in the wrong company." I said, she's in the wrong company. And everybody was just like, she's green. I'm like, I know she's green. I said, that's why she needs to go there. Because they know what to do with someone of that stature and that ilk. And they've taken their time. They've needed to take their time. Because in the other company, they have done it before. They have done it numerous times where they have put people out there that are not ready and shouldn't be out there without protection. And they did that with Jade at certain points, and there were problems. But Jade was able to get through it because of the fact that she was a star. And I don't think the AEW audience kind of appreciate her to that extent because I think they knew the audience that she was kind of built for, and it wasn't her. She wasn't built for the AEW audience.
No.
And it just she got a good reaction, but she didn't get the reaction I think that she deserves. And yeah, she's still green, but I think she's going to be she is going to be one of the most talked about people coming out of Mania weekend because I think she's going to be able to do enough. And she's going to go up in there against three people that can go. Like, Kairi Sane can bump for her. Dakota Kai can bump for her. And Asuka, pending how injured she is, will be able to bump for her. So, I think doing this, making her debut technically in ring other than the Rumble at WrestleMania in like a tag team setting like this is perfect.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I just think it's an interesting conversation. I think a lot of it's going to stem to, excuse me, where Asuka's injury is.
Right.
If she's good to go, I think they could do it. It could still be tag, and we're just speculating, obviously. We have no idea, but I feel like it's going to depend a lot on that injury. It seems like Bianca Belair has finally come around, so if they do this, they could definitely make it a 6-woman tag match. I think the opening, so to speak, with Ray and Santos and Dom coming out was a little interesting. There's from what I'm hearing, and this might be a way to go. And if we look at Judgment Day, which we can talk about later, everybody in Judgment Day technically right now has a match except Dom.
Yeah.
So the rumor I've heard lately this week is that it could be an 8-man tag match with LWO against LDF and Dom. So I don't know. I think that's definitely a line they could do now with Dom coming out and interfering in his match that he was having with Santos on Friday. It would, be a good way to get Ray into Mania, Dom into Mania, and others as well. I don't know. They could even do another Ray versus Dom. I think it's a little too soon to do that, though. But I don't know how you feeling about
Unless
that.
Ray's retiring.
I mean, if he retires next year and they do it 3 years in a row, I mean, it's not going to be unheard of or anything.
Yeah, it's not going to be unheard of, but and I've heard also they might do. They've been talking about a career versus hair match between him and Dom, which. Yeah, I mean, they're on the card. It's just garnish, you know.
I agree.
I hate to make it sound like that, but it's just,
No, but you're right though.
People are going to be excited to see Ray, no matter what. Ray is a legend, and they'll be happy to boo Dominic Mysterio, and also with his presence, he'll be also to kind of everybody who's involved automatically their status is going to get bumped. So, I mean, I'm all for it. Like I'm excited. I hope it's the 8-man. I really don't want to see a career versus hair match. I'd rather see the 8-person match.
Yeah,
because I also think you have the spots will be pretty cool because you're going to have 8 people that can do the flippy and acrobatic stuff. I was going to say flippy shit for a second, and I'm just like,
that's Ricochet.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't want to come on and just automatically go with that. It's like, but no, I think the 8-person would probably be a better concept for them for that match instead of Dom and Ray, because you might do Dom and Ray next year and have that kind of, you might want to drag that out for a year, and Ray might want to retire after next year. So who knows?
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, you're not wrong. So, I mean, we'll kind of have to see how that goes. But I feel like you had said, SmackDown was a little bit weak. All things considered, we had that match, Ray and Santos, and there were only 2 other matches, actually. We had Authors of Pain versus the Street Profits as a qualifier for the 6-pack challenge at WrestleMania. So Street Profits won that. And you also had Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, or Waller Down Under, I don't know what the hell they're calling themselves, versus Luke Gallows and Carl Anderson, who are being heavily featured on NXT as well. So, needless to say, it was a little obvious that Austin Theory and Grayson Waller were going to win this match. I thought, all things considered, both matches were good. It's just the outcomes were predictable. You just knew that this is the way that was going to go down. So I'm trying to see who they're facing on Friday for the actual final 2 slots of that 6-pack challenge. I think the Street Profits, if I'm not mistaken, are going against New Catch Republic.
Okay.
I think. I had it up earlier. Now, of course, I can't find it. And then I forget who the Street Profits are facing. So I'll have to try to find that later on. But it's very ironic that I have it up and now I can't find it. I thought it was on the Raw side. Let me see.
I am a fan, though, of them doing this kind of like tournament style for them to even get like into the matchup. I'm a fan of that.
I agree. Because otherwise I was like, because they're so deep on tag teams. And there's other tag teams that they could reform like they did with Awesome Truth, who was also in that 6-pack challenge, to kind of do it that way. But doing it this way for sure is a little bit better than just, hey, here's your spot. Let's see if I can find it real fast, because like I said, man, it was here somewhere, so I thought it was here too, but I can't find it. But overall, not a great SmackDown. We're going to leave out the final 25 minutes of SmackDown. We're going to talk about that in a separate main event segment this week, just because a lot happened for those segments this week. The final thing about SmackDown, actually, part of the non-wrestling parts, I have it on the right, we forgot to talk about it, was LA Knight showing up at AJ Styles' house and getting arrested.
Nothing like a good old home invasion.
I mean, listen, when was the last time we had that? Like Cena and like Edge, I think. Years ago.
I think it was Orton and Triple H.
I don't know if that was after or before now, but you're right. I forgot about
Yeah,
that
I
one
think
too.
that was the last one. That was 15 years ago. But this was this is a very random feud. Like it really is.
It's not like everybody says that. You've been saying it. It's not that random.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that they've kept it going, if anything. I think that's the weird part of it.
The fact it's a WrestleMania match, it's like,
Yeah.
because I love AJ. I love AJ's career. He's fantastic. But I'm also on this LA Night train. I've been on this LA Night train for a while. Even going back to when he was in Eli Drake and the NWA. So I want to see him get over the hump, be in the main event picture and stuff of that nature. I understand right now it's a little difficult because everything is kind of just so top heavy with everything. But I'm hoping that after kind of things clear up, that he breaks through and hopefully, AJ losing this match, it doesn't hurt his, I think, standing, is, at least with me and with the other wrestling fans in the company that love the company and love him. I don't think it hurts his standing. LA Knight, though, I feel like he needs this just to kind of save face with everything that's kind of gone on, because there's been so much shifting with him. Like, I thought he was going to be in the U.S. title picture for this event. He's not. And instead it's him and AJ Styles, which pretty good consolation prize, but at the same time, it's like, it's not kind of where I thought he was going to be at this point.
No, and I agree with that. And that's the biggest issue, is that he needs this win so bad.
Yes.
Moving forward, if you're going to put him in the main event seed, potentially he needs this win. I do want to correct myself very quickly before we go to Raw. It's not what I thought it was in terms of the SmackDown bracket for the six-pack challenge. It's actually LDF, so Angel and Garza against New Catch Republic. So Peter Dean, and Tyler Bate. So that means it is going to be the Street Profits and Grayson and Waller. So needless to say, I can't really say who I expect to win the first match, but definitely expecting the Street Profits to be in the six-pack challenge at this point. So we'll have to see, but I do want to move to Raw because I feel like Raw, for the 3 hours that we had Raw, was definitely a lot there. And again, We're not going to talk about the final segment. I'm not even going to talk about the starting segment because it relates to the main event. That'll be a separate segment tonight, or whenever you're watching, listening, whatever you do. So Raw was a little bit more interesting, I felt like, this week. I think that there was a lot going on. If we ignore the opening, which I felt like was 10 minutes of just people walking down the ramp, the first match kicked, and it was Ricochet and JD McDonough, of all people. I thought this was a great match, all things considered. Dom gets thrown out. He has to go to the back. After, of course, Mommy said to both of them, win the match. And Dom's like, I got this. And Dom did not got this. I'll say it that way for a reason.
Fuck this up.
Yep, he fucked that shit up. But then to go from the opening that we're not talking about, the opening match, right into a CM Punk promo, and all the things that came from said promo. I got it up in the top right corner. It's the only shot I could really get with all three of them on camera. You can barely see Drew McIntyre has his feet up at commentary between Pat McAfee and Michael Cole, or amongst all the coal miners, as CM Punk
PG,
said.
brother.
Listen, that was... Dude, as soon as he said that, I cackled. I'm not even going to lie. I straight up cackled when Drew said that.
I cackled so much during this promo. Like, I was belly laughing the whole time. Between all three of them, it's just like, you want to know what I think, Punk? Nope.
It's just, it kicked. It really did. I'm on Bleacher Report just to kind of have like a breakdown of like all the stuff. So I do this from time to time just so like we have the talking points ready to go and stuff. But I just want to read the takeaways as my mouse is like on camera right now. I want to read the takeaways from this segment. So first of all, I'm not going to read like the entire thing here, just the takeaways. Okay. Because there's so much here, like hey, through for both arms, including personal digs, and you're like nobody gives a shit about that. So the grade given by Bleacher Report for this entire segment was an A+,
Oh God,
which is 1,000% accurate.
100%.
The top moments and takeaways, just there's 4 bullet points. I'm just going to read through them. Punk teased about being an impartial referee for a championship clash at WrestleMania. Best in the World recalled his 2013 promo on The Rock, reminding him that arms are just too short to box with God, which I thought was a great takeaway.
It really was.
And I almost wanted him to walk out, but I knew they weren't going to do that. McIntyre telling Punk, you don't do drugs, you don't drink, but you spend all your time in rehab. That also made me cackle. And even Punk was like, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
he even knew. He's like, damn, he got me.
Yep.
That was good.
Punk asking McIntyre, who chose you? What's his name?
was
Referencing
the-
former WWE chairman calling the Scot the chosen one.
The funny part about that is that when he's just like, say his name, you saw McIntyre, and he had the smile of his face of like, fuck, he got me.
Yeah.
Because he knew he couldn't say anything.
Yep.
So it's like at that point, Punk, like he hit him with the rehab line, and then Punk is just like, all right, motherfucker. And all of a sudden he just checkmated him with that one, where he just completely shut him down. Because at that point it's just like, yeah, you can't say anything now. Like you can't say his name. Say his name. And it's like, oh.
Yep.
And backstage, I'm sure some of them were just like, oh.
Yeah, like the guy with the headset on, Triple H, probably being one of those guys.
I'm sure though they understood. They're just like,
Oh
this is
yeah,
great
no,
TV.
1,000%.
This is great TV.
It's not listed here. Obviously, anything we say after this point is not listed here in the sense of it's not part of their top moments or takeaways from the segment. But this back and forth between all three of them was just hilarious. The thing that got me, and it was funny because when they started chanting referee, Seth Rollins said exactly what was on my mind. That's his counting arm.
Yeah.
So then CM Punk puts the cast down first, smacks the mat 1, 2, 3 with the other arm, and then just basically says, "I don't know if I could be impartial with you two jackasses." Basically,
He calls them dipshits.
dipshits, jackasses, whatever. Yeah,
And it's just he couldn't even finish it. He just started laughing
yeah,
because he's just having fun. Like he just looked like he was having a blast during this promo, and he's just like, I love it. I could just. It's just, you want to know what I think, Punk? Nope.
nope. Oh man, and then the kick and the stomp after that, as CM Punk is already halfway up the ramp, basically. Seth Rollins just kind of walks by him. You could almost kind of see CM Punk just wanting to crack a smile after that too. And he kept it together, but you could just see all that was there. All three of these guys were just having a blast, and you could just tell. PG, brother.
It's just, it's absolutely astounding to me that Phil, who is this complete degenerate, and caused so many backstage issues in other companies, and he's working with people that you don't know if he has real heat with them or not, but. And then it was reported today by PW Insider that it's just like, yeah, Punk has not been a problem to anybody.
Yep.
And it's like,
I
we're 4 months in.
I further read in that article that any beef between him and Seth Rollins has already been squashed.
Yeah, because they're probably just like, they're working together on
Print
stuff.
me money.
Yeah, it's like, print money. Like, that's pretty much what this whole thing is about. We also need to talk about with the Punk promo. CM Punk had decided that he was going to mention the Pat McAfee program because Roman Reigns had been talking about him on the Pat McAfee show recently. And CM Punk announced to Pat McAfee, I only listen to clips of your show. I only listen to the drive-through and the experience. Now, the drive-through of the experience is hosted by the great one, Jim Cornette. And it, to me, is absolutely hysterical that he was able to clear this through on Monday night, because you're talking about a guy in Jim Cornette that has no filter whatsoever. No filter whatsoever about really anything. And it's the fact that Jim Cornette gets a free plug in front of 2.2 million people. Yes, honey.
I love that you crack yourself up.
I'm cracking myself up because you've been standing.
Crying, laughing.
I've been cracking myself up because you've been standing here for about 2 minutes, and I'm just like, I'm waiting for something to hit me in the face. Number one.
On the bed.
We do not condone domestic assault on this show.
She threw a beanie hat at me. Oh no!
I mean, dude, don't tempt fate right now, please. Yeah, see,
no,
see?
I don't. No, thank you. No, it's fine. The beanie is fine. I love you.
Bye.
Bye.
We do not condone domestic assault on this show.
So Jim Cornette was able to get a free plug on Monday Night this week. And in response, his wife, Stacy, posted on Instagram a picture of him doing the CM Punk entrance pose, wearing a CM Punk t-shirt. My co-host from Pro Wrestling World, the great John Young, you can find Pro Wrestling World Talks on Apple and Spotify anytime. The Pro Wrestling World Talks podcast. Be sure to like and subscribe that, and be sure to like and subscribe the shoot here on YouTube. But Jim Cornette was wearing a CM Punk t-shirt, and I sent it to John, and John says, hell has frozen over. Jim Cornette bought a WWE t-shirt. Jeez. He is financially supporting this company. Why? There's also another part of me that thinks that Cornette was probably sent by CM Punk, because they have to have some sort of kind of maybe sort of relationship where they talk back and forth. But, you know, of course, they kind of keep it on the down low. When CM Punk was fired by AEW, I even said, I was just like, I firmly expect if he's going to talk, he is going to be on the Jim Cornette podcast, either the experience or the drive-through. It's just hysterical to me that, and also very fitting that the guy that has always been kind of more or less a lightning rod of controversy is openly admitting that he is a fan of somebody else that is a lightning rod of controversy in the wrestling business. People were so mad that CM Punk mentioned Jim Cornette. Mostly the mad people were AEW fans, but that's besides the point, because it's like the guy that they feel is their Benedict Arnold who had left them is now in bed with the guy that's been their harshest critic since the company started up, other than myself, of course. I went to the Jim Cornette school of being a hater. Fuck these guys. But I think it's just both those guys are very like-minded. Um, the and I love it how Cornette also missed the shout out. He was taking his dog out for a walk because his dog was having constipation problems. It was just like, I had to take her out because I was afraid that there was going to be a problem on my floor. Like, CM Punk gives a plug to his podcasts, and he's outside walking his dog. It's like, yeah, that's Jim. Just did you pop when you heard the plug by Punk?
Oh, of course,
Yeah,
without question. Like,
like
I had to do a double take. I was just like, wait, what? Drop that? Oh my god, you just fucking plugged Jim.
it's like fucking Ray Liotta in Goodfellas after the Lufthansa heist. He's in there yelling about Jimmy Burke's character. He's just like, oh, Jim, in the shower. And that was the only thing I thought of. I'm just like, just yelling Jimmy's name in the shower. I'm like, ah! Because I was excited because it was just, I will be the first person to admit that I am a Cult of Cornette member. There are things that Cornette says about modern wrestling, especially not a big fan of women's wrestling for him. I love women's wrestling. I think I have always been at least when they take it seriously, I'm good with it. There was a time where they didn't, where it was bra and panty matches where I was just like, okay, we get it. But women's wrestling, as far as the last 10 years or so, I have taken extremely seriously. And some of his takes on modern wrestling, I'm just like, but as far as history is concerned, the man's a genius. As far as everything he has said about AEW too has been right on the fucking money. He's been right more times than he's been wrong. He's honest. Again, the only thing that I've really had issue with him is, because I like Kenny Omega. He doesn't like Kenny Omega, but I like Kenny Omega. It's hard for me to.
That's different, though. I feel like he doesn't like him for personal reasons too. Like that became personal for both of them. I feel like.
No, I feel like too. It did, and there were. I do like the Young Bucks too. I understand why he doesn't. I understand why a lot of people are just like, but I like the Young Bucks. I like Kenny. But most of the talent that he says sucks. I'm like, yeah, he's right. And so it's like with CM Punk, it's like, oh, well, he's one of the few guys that I listen to, because this is when you try to get so much content in a week, and it's just, he's doing these like 3 to 4 hour shows. It's like, to devote that much time can be a little difficult, but he's one of the few podcasters out there that it's like, I could listen to him read the phone book and I'd probably still listen to it, because he's fucking hilarious, number one. And number two, his wealth of knowledge is just exceptional. So
I mean, it's just funny you said that, because all I can think of now is 911, motherfucker. I love Cornette, and you're not wrong about anything you just said. But when you said the phone book part, all I'm thinking was 911, motherfucker.
He gets to Wendy. He gets to Wendy's. He's just like, yeah, you got a double baconator with cheese, bacon, double mayo, double onions. What the fuck?
Oh man.
Actually, as I'm speaking, one of my Jim Cornette favorites.
Yeah. All right. So I guess we'll get through the rest of Raw here, since we're already like halfway through. So the next match, kind of a throwaway, but kind of more in this line of Candice LeRae changing her character. So a couple distractions here. Tried to get Indy Hartwell to attack Ivy Nile, which didn't really go to plan. Still gets the win either way against Ivy Nile. It was funny that Maxine was out there, did not do anything really except get in the way as usual. Apparently, right before this, backstage, Paul Heyman is talking to Drew, and everybody's just like, "Uh oh." Speaking of, I guess, DIY versus the New Day was the next match, which obviously, Judgment Day got involved, so basically a no contest for that match. Great match up to that point, though, too, which I was a little disappointed they ended it the way they did, but they have to kind of build towards what they're trying to do with the six-pack challenge, and it was funny to have the segment right before and obviously during the match with Awesome Truth being out on commentary as well. And, as usual, R-Truth has no idea where he is, or at least his character definitely fucking doesn't. The next match was kind of a throwaway, I felt like. Andrade versus Giovanni Vinci. Kind of a match that was like, why? Why are we doing this?
Andrade is just pretty much treading water at this point, I feel like, for his return.
I don't think that's his fault, though.
No, it isn't. They're still trying to figure out what they want to do with him.
Yeah. The next segment was what I have in the top left, or at least part of it. The best part of that segment, anyways, was Becky Lynch and Rhea Ripley having a face-off, attacking each other, basically because Becky knocked the snot out of Dom. And oh my god, was that amazing. Oh my god. And then Pat McAfee after, redoing it with, the circles and basically saying he got punched all the way out of Chicago and shit. I liked that Becky spoke to what happened at the house show this past week with Rhea, Shayna Baszler, and Nia Jax, where she gave a stink face.
Good Lord.
Yeah, so Rhea gave a stink face to Nia Jax.
Broke the internet.
Broke the internet, yep, because she lifted up, her singlet, whatever you want to call it, her tights, and there's a lot of ass. Which I don't think anybody complained about, considering, like Dan said, it broke the internet. Ironically, right after that, Shayna was asking for it. And Rhea was about to do it, and then Nia got up, and then instead, Nia delivered the stink face to Shayna. And Shayna was like, yes! And then realized it was Nia.
And she's like, ah!
Yep. And then she got flattened in the corner for that. Yeah, that was a great segment, and honestly, I wish it was on TV, because, dude, that was just fucking hilarious. And then the rebuttal was to attack Becky as a mother. And this is why we got Dom being punched in the face in the top left, because that was the result. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate anything about this segment. I thought it was very strong, given the difference in personalities and everything. I think this is going to be a great matchup, just like last year was with Rhea and Charlotte. This is another match we didn't talk about earlier, but another that very well could go anyway, really. I think there's people that wanted to go a certain way. I'm not going to say which, because I'm not going to fall into that category at this moment, but I think maybe next week we can talk about that. But just for the here and the now, I like this segment. I think it was a strong segment. There's always some fun when Dom's getting punched in the face. I
saw some memes where they used his face and they did the Pantera cover. It was vulgar abuse of authority.
Yeah.
Which, because that was the album cover of someone getting punched in the face. So somebody just framed it perfectly, and it was just Pantera. I was like, that got me going. Because that's one of their better albums. So I was just like, that's sweet.
Yeah. The next match was Sami Zayn versus Big Bronson Reed. I think Chad Gable was really the one getting Sammy's head, not going through. I'm just going to say it that way. So Sammy gets distracted. Big Bronson Reed wins with a tsunami. I don't think anybody was really surprised by the outcome of that. And then we're on to the main event, or at least the main wrestling event, I guess, because what happened after was, I feel like, the real main event. Jey Uso versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Jey does pick up the win. what happens in this match, which will segue into, a conversation after this. But basically, Bloodline comes out, Solo and Jimmy, Cody, and I don't know why I'm blanking on Seth Rollins' name, but Seth Rollins comes out. Solo is able to get away because then Drew McIntyre comes out, which is probably why he was talking to Paul Heyman in the first place. And that's kind of where this whole thing after the match with Jey Uso and Shinsuke Nakamura had ended, where it just completely shifted in a completely different direction, which we'll talk about in a minute. But I think up until this point, Raw is fun.
Yes.
And you could make an argument for some that it's almost pedestrian in some ways, right? It's not a bad Raw up until this point. It's pretty fun. The segment with Punk and McIntyre and Rollins, I would make the argument that if what happens after the main event match doesn't happen is the segment of the night.
Yes.
But we got to talk about that. So to do that, I do you have any other thoughts on Raw before I move on, I guess? Before we
No, not
jump into that?
really.
Okay.
I feel like we've talked enough about the highlights from that, except the main story, which pretty much has been the main event segments the last couple of weeks on TV, especially with SmackDown. SmackDown, I felt like I felt like the Cody and Roman segment was a little
long.
Yeah, it was like plus you just wanted something to get it going. Like you wanted some type of spark or some sort of. It was predictable in the sense of they're going to say all the lines. All right, and then they go with.
He said the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he said the thing, and then. No, he had backup the whole time. Oh, but Cody came. Oh, okay. Yeah, they hit all their points of where they needed to. But at the same time, it left so much to be desired. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are facing in fucking in 2 weeks. Let's go. This, of course, 2 SmackDowns before and now, and one more Raw before Mania. But
well, supposedly Roman's going to be at the next Raw with The Rock. So that I'm not too disappointed about with the SmackDown, but like I said, it was a little long, and partly due to both of their entrances, obviously. And then they had some barbs, which I thought were good. I didn't hate it. I didn't hate any of it. I actually thought that they've made Cody the last 2-3 TV shows he's been on look stronger than he did last year. Mm-hmm. Part of that is due to the involvement of The Rock, because The Rock's been on TV where Roman has kind of been hit or miss, and so is The Rock. Rock was not on SmackDown last week. So I think there's a lot there, but looking at both shows, we're talking like just this segment, right? Just the main event segments, whether it be Seth Rollins and Cody or just Cody, whether it be The Rock and Roman Reigns or one or the other, I'll say it that way, even though The Rock's not on night 2 that we know of right now. It's being carried on 3 of their backs. Like Seth, it's a little bit different. He has the Drew fight, so he doesn't need to be the focal point as much as the other 3. And given the fact that Cody is effectively feuding with both of them, I wouldn't be surprised if this turns into a triple threat on night 2. In saying that, however, I think we can kind of close out the SmackDown portion of this.
Yes.
Because, again, Raw blows it away. If the doors were opened before, Raw blew them off the hinges.
Like, it because the first
the opening,
the opening, you didn't it was just like, again, it was, people were just like, what? Like,
Right. So let's
that
talk about
was-
that real quick, right?
Yeah.
Before you even start pontificating, because we didn't talk about it before, so I want to make sure we address it because the slides don't. The opening of Raw was Cody coming out, wanting the crowd to get behind him, which I thought was a good segment, honestly.
yeah.
He has the crowd point at the WrestleMania sign. He does, the Bullet Club. He does, that whole thing. He talks about his time. And then I don't think anybody in the crowd or at home knew The Rock was going to be there until his music hits.
Right.
And you think, oh shit, it's about to go down. Says something to Cody, and then that's it.
Yep.
And everybody's kind of like, what the fuck just happened? So Jackie catches The Rock as he comes back through the curtain in Gorilla. What did you say to Cody? Ask Cody Rhodes. So then she catches up with Cody later in the evening, probably like a half hour later, I believe. What did The Rock say to you? He said to ask you. I can't repeat it, but it's a promise he can't keep. And I'm like, damn, okay. Yeah. Like, must have said something fucked, obviously. And then, so where we left it on Raw in that conversation, because again, we wanted to do a different segment tonight because of all the events that transpired in the main event scenarios, the past two shows, is that Seth and Cody come out. They fight off Jimmy, who goes after Cody. They fight off Solo, who goes after Seth Rollins, but then Drew puts a stop to that. So Cody and Jimmy fight through the back. And Solo shows up. He fights off Solo. And then he gets hit from behind by a man clearly wearing a Versace vest. And is clearly a fucking huge individual because, man, you don't realize how big he is. And then you put him next to Cody and you're like, damn.
That's...
The one thing I'm going to say before I give it back to you, and I just want to add this, is that, again, this is in Chicago. The Rock has already The Rock has already been name dropped by CM Punk. And, there were other people in that match, and none of them came to the aid of Cody. Mm-hmm. Which I didn't hate. I thought it was weird, but I didn't hate it. But you know what made this that much more cinematic to me, Dan? Which is just really funny, is the fact that it was raining.
Yes.
You don't really think about that little nuance, and obviously WWE cannot plan the weather.
No.
But man, did that add that just like chef's kiss kind of element to this whole thing.
It really
to
did.
Me.
Really did. It also harkened back to something they did 22 years ago when they brought the NWO in, and it was in Chicago.
Ironic.
Was the night that Rock challenged Hogan.
Mm-hmm.
Icon versus icon. So Hogan accepts his challenge, and then he gets fucking laid out by the NWO. Like, to the extent of they had to bring in a stretcher, put him in the stretcher. And then they're pulling him out of the ambulance. They're pulling the ambulance out to go to the hospital out of the Rosemont. And it gets stopped by a semi-truck. They get out of it. They get everybody out of it. And then Hogan gets behind the wheel of the semi-truck and rams the semi into the fucking ambulance.
Yep, I remember
over that. And over again, with the Rock still inside of it, quote unquote. And I remember one, and I'm like, holy shit. Like, just raising the stakes higher. And this reminded me of that. And it was in the same place, too, where it's just deja vu, kind of, where you're just sitting there, you're like, shh, like the little segment that just gets you to think now that Rock is even more of a threat. Rock still has the ability to just fuck someone up big time. And brilliantly, especially with the raining part of it, you're exactly right. It just added that much more to it. That much more to it. And it's just,
It's something you don't even think about either.
they didn't even, it's something you don't even plan. It's just like, wait, it's like, oh, this looks better. Is it raining?
Yeah, 100%. So, you know, the only thing I didn't like is that they made Cody look very, very weak to The Rock. That was the only thing that I was like, that's kind of lazy. I get it, and he just fought off two dudes, but like, I was like, eh. And they made him look just like like The Rock. I mean, made him look like this like massive like King Kong gorilla because he's like tossing freaking trash cans at him. He's throwing him against the doors and shit. I'm like, okay, like I get it, it's The Rock, but really,
Final boss.
yeah, no,
I mean, they're trying to get that over. You know, he should get that kind of respect of like, because he's an all-time great. He's a legend. He's
I'm not disagreeing with
like,
that. Yeah,
and I'm sure Cody is not pissed by any of this because
I'm sure he's
I'm getting
not.
the shit kicked out of me by The Rock. This is fucking fantastic. You got to take it with like a badge of honor. You know, you're dealing with a guy that he's making $30 million, $50 million deals for movies, and he's gracing you with his going back to what Cornette, because a couple weeks ago there was some discussion that there were some people in the company that were and talent that were mad because of how Rock was running long with his segments and how some of his language, like there were people that were backstage and like working for the company, like some of the talent that was upset. And Cornette just said to him, he's just like, well, he's like, they wouldn't like if I had ever heard any of that because I would have told them to get the fuck out of my building because I don't want anybody working for me if they're going to complain like that, because you have a guy that is from Hollywood doing big marquee pictures. He is hobnobbing with some of the most powerful people in all of Tinseltown, Hollywood, the land, Los Angeles, and he is gracing you with his presence and his star and his magnitude onto your television show to make the show that much better. And again, the drama that was added at the end of Monday Night Raw, probably one of, you can make an argument, is one of the best endings to that show in its history. And again, is another reason why going into WrestleMania that everything is on fire, because it was the first thing we're thinking of. How's he going to respond? How's he going to respond? Is he going to respond Friday? Do we have to wait a week? Like, how is this going to, because, and it just also raised the stakes of that match that much higher. And the tag team match, especially because now it's going to be, Cody's going to have the chance to get his revenge. Is he going to lose his cool? Is he going to get himself to squad? Like, there's so many question marks now for this matchup, how everything was set up this past Monday, where literally I feel like that the whole program that's being set aside is for Rock versus Cody. I feel like the Roman and Cody stuff has been kind of a letdown, at least from SmackDown last week. It wasn't as great as I thought it should be.
right.
But the stuff between Rock and Cody lately has just been fire.
I mean, listen, I will say two things and then start talking a little bit more about other aspects of what actually happened. But the first thing is, I think you're right in the sense that this really builds towards Rock Cody, because there's obviously that massive amount of speculation and rumors, and probably a little bit also of signaling what we want for that match on night 2 of Cody winning. And I think that when it comes down to that, just real quick, I think The Rock gets involved, and that's how Cody wins. And I know there's people, especially after Raw, that were like, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And to that, all I'm going to say is, why? Why not? Listen, he calls himself the final boss. Maybe before he can really call himself champion, even if he wins on Sunday night, night 2, I should say, I guess, so people aren't like, wait, it's this Sunday? Is the simple fact that he wins. It's all about a story. If you're playing a video game and it's a story-based game, what do you call the last boss that you fight? The final boss. Why does he keep calling himself that? Because Cody Rhodes is, I don't want to say playing, but just keeping with the video game vernacular and terminology, I guess, playing a game. It's a story. The last enemy you fight is the final boss. He would solidify himself as champion, regardless of when that is, if he, fights and beats The Rock. And who's to say that does not build to WrestleMania 41? And despite everybody wanting Rock and Roman, who's to say it's not Roman Reigns, not in the main event, but it's really The Rock and Cody Rhodes? We have no idea. We have no idea where this is going. All we can really sit there and say is, it's fucking compelling television.
It really is. The only thing that I could think of, and it just popped into my head of him making a reference to the final boss, is this could be something that he's saying that antagonizes Roman enough for if there is a turn. Because again, we really don't know if Roman's going to fuck him over, if Rock's going to... there's so many... Seth Rollins fucking Cody over. There's so many variables. This is college level algebra where I'm just sitting there and I'm like, okay, A, B, the fuck makes 4. There's so many variables coming into this thing where we're just sitting here. We're like, okay, so Seth could fuck Cody over. Roman could fuck Rock over. Rock could fuck Roman over. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Cody could fuck over all of them. I don't know.
And that's not even including the people who aren't even in the match.
Exactly.
You got Solo, you got Jimmy, you got Jay, exactly. You've got Paul himself. You've got Drew McIntyre because he's on night 2. It could literally be anybody. And to your point, in saying all that, it's somewhat telling that Cody also tries to put the seeds of doubt into Roman himself and saying, well, who's running the show? The final boss or the tribal chief?
That's the thing. Where I think that could be a vernacular with the final boss and saying that Roman I could see him just beating the shit out of Rock and just be like, I'm the final boss. You ain't shit. I'm the final boss. I could see him saying that.
Yeah.
And just using that. Because there's that tension. There's been tension for fucking weeks. The moment that he went over and held his hand down and said, I need you to do this for me. I need you to acknowledge me. The shit's on at that point.
Oh, yeah.
As
soon as that happened,
that little fucking ignition all of a sudden it just hit him like, all right. Who's going to be fucking each other on that one? Who's going to be the man that fucks the other one? Because it's coming. And you're wondering who's going to be the one to stab who in the back first. And you're wondering if it's going to be night 1 or it's going to be night 2. Because I could see Roman and Rock winning night 1. So that way everybody in the world's thinking Cody has no chance. Rock comes out, fucks Roman over, Cody wins, everybody's happy. But I also could see Rock losing to Cody, Roman fucking Rock over, and then Rock somehow getting involved the next. It just, again, the variables
Well,
of this.
at that point, when we speak to that for just one quick second, because I think there's also the ability to say, well, The Rock's not really part of the bloodline. So he's not technically barred from ringside, so he does come out.
Yes.
But to your point, he fucks over Roman and not Cody.
Yes.
So I think this could really go any which way. I do want to call attention to one of the pictures on the slide, however, and it was very ironic, the placement of this. There are a few people plastered on the sides of trucks these days, especially in WWE.
Yes.
Um,
Very interesting.
So before we even get to who those people are, I think it's also telling because let's be real, it's that time of the year. They also have WrestleMania trucks. That's not what we got though. We got Trish Stratus, who a lot of people forget is on that truck as well. But more evidently, by the picture, number one, and also because it was right in front of Cody's fucking bus, is two guys that have a long history with The Rock, so to speak.
Yeah.
One in particular, obviously, but the other one as well. So the first one being John Cena, and the second one being Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah.
Did you feel this was just like telling maybe a little bit of potential, whether it be night one or night two, potential WrestleMania plans? Because I'll tell you just real quick before you answer that apparently John Cena is already planning to be there. And what I read today is they've already reached out to Steve Austin to kind of feel the situation out to see if he would be there as well.
And Hogan's going to be there as well. Hogan, I guess, has been.
I heard that
announced
too. Yeah.
So they're bringing in legends, of course. I fully expect them to do something with Cody and Hogan because, again,
I don't know about Hogan, but I would. I said this weeks ago, and I'll continue to say it. I think if you're going to involve anybody in that, whether it be night one or night two, personally for me, it should be Steve Austin.
Well, the Hogan thing is the intriguing part for me because of the fact that if Roman wins, then it's pretty much going to guarantee that he passes Hogan's championship reign.
Correct.
84 to 88. So that, and I think I said this very early on in our shows, that a Cody Hogan segment to kind of say, I'm going to protect it for you, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, who knows? But there is going to be like a lot of discussion, I think, with Hogan because of the championship reign that's coming.
Right.
The record that's being chased and things of that nature. A&E is doing their biography this week. Actually, is going to be on Roman Reigns. So that's going to be interesting because everything is kind of leading towards next week. So it's it really is. I don't know if they're trying to throw the audience off or they're just trying to give a little subtle hint. Like, because I could see them going both ways. Because the thing about it is the way that Triple H does things, especially with things in the background, he tells a lot of stories in the background that with foreshadowing that, and I've seen him do this over the last couple of years where it's just like, you have to watch every aspect of it. It's almost like a Tarantino film sometimes, where it's just like you're watching the background stuff. You're just like, what the fuck did you put there? And it's kind of how I perceive the plan is for them and what they want to do. I could see it happening, but again, at the same time, I could see them just coming out and being like, waving, do a little wave and for a little segment, and then that's it. Like I don't know. I can't answer that. I mean, I fully expect if CM Punk is healthy next year, Steve Austin and CM Punk is probably going to happen.
We'll see, man. Yeah.
I hopefully.
Right.
But I feel like that's probably the direction they're going to go, because they'll either do him and Rollins either later on this year, or they'll do it. I don't know if they're going to hold off till Mania again. I think next year the plan should be, if you can get Austin for Punk and Austin, do it. Just because it's the matchup I think everybody kind of wants to see. Punk can still go. Austin, with the matchup that he had with Kevin Owens, and I think he'll be in a good state. He can do it.
Right.
So that should be the direction you go. I could see, though, him getting involved in this story and kind of having Cody's back. I don't know. It's going to be. They're just keeping us guessing. Like, because is that a hint? What are they doing with this here? Like, what is the plan here?
Yeah, it's tough to figure out, but to your point of, having these things in the background, I was actually rewatching it today before I grabbed the pictures, and I didn't even realize at first that Trish was also on that bus. Obviously, that was not the primary focus on the camera, and it was very obvious because you only saw her when they were panning very, very slowly to get them recentered into the frame. So I think I saw her maybe twice, just because they had, when they first got out there, obviously, and maybe when they panned a little bit too much. But the funny thing is, I was thinking about, as I rewatched the segment, right after this, he kind of gets Cody against that barrier, where it's kind of like a Bay Area kind of, where they probably have something going in there from a different level. So I was like, oh man, is this gonna be where he throws him off the bridge or something again? Are they gonna go back to that? They got Austin in the background, and then they didn't do it, but they again were heavily featuring Cena and Austin in the background.
I don't know if they're gonna do any bridge stuff after.
No, they're not. But it was just funny that they had that right there.
That timing would have been like, no.
Yeah, it really would have after that. But then he throws him back into the bus, and I was like, wow, man, he didn't even insult Pharaoh this time? Wow, what the hell's going on? Because Pharaoh is right. Like, you can barely see him, but he's on Cody's bus door.
Right.
And he smashes into it at least twice. And I was waiting for, like, who names the dog Pharaoh? What the fuck? But, Rock disappointed me, never did it. But listen, all in all, this closed out, I thought, one of the best Raws in years. And had you told me 2 weeks ago that this was the best Raw, I wouldn't have believed you, because I would have thought it was 2 weeks ago. Even the Raw last week wasn't bad.
Yeah.
But this just was a whole new level. I was literally kind of watching the segment again today. I was like, where does he blade? Where does he blade? Where does he blade? And I can't even fucking tell. I'm assuming it's when he landed right next to it. I think there was like a bunch of shit there, so he probably grabbed something and bladed right there. But I was literally like, damn, like that's good television.
Really is. And it was the right time to use color.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Which that's something other companies need to learn, where it's like, you don't need it every week.
Yeah.
You don't need it every match. Sometimes it needs to, because I feel like if you use it too much, you're just giving too much away and telling everybody, yeah, this is bullshit.
The novelty wears off.
The novelty wears off.
Yeah.
And this, it did not, it made it feel, and then especially too, he spit on him at one point. Like, it made it feel real. It made it feel like that these two guys fucking hate each other, and how personal it is with the belts, the weight belt that he put the blood of Cody on. It's like, god damn, like this is fucking brilliant. This is the best fucking acting job he's done in years. Holy shit,
Oh,
this
man.
is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh man, no, it was art. It is truthfully the best way I could say it. Which is funny, all things considered, of what we grew up with wrestling. Not only that, but just in general, and looking at just television as a whole, not just wrestling television, but television as a whole. Like, I I don't know if you've ever heard of the show, but I was watching it a couple of years ago, right before COVID. The 100, which was a CW show about teens who were basically like little assholes that got sent down to like a post-apocalyptic Earth. The show ended up growing on me, long story short, but I remember the first season, if not most of the seasons, where like you could just cringe at the acting. You know, like it's not a bad show. It's decently written. It's not bad, but you look at it and you're just like, oh my god, like the acting is awful. And a lot of shows, like the pilot episodes to a lot of shows, just in general, is not great. And granted, this is not the first episode of any show, obviously, but it takes a lot of shows, and I feel like we've talked about this once or twice on this show of when I used to watch The Walking Dead. Like Walking Dead used to be pretty decent, all things considered. It had episodes that were great. It had episodes that were not so great. I would argue that it had a significant pacing issue at times. And obviously, as the show kind of progressed or dragged, for lack of a better term, on, it wasn't as good. And this is just vastly different to that. And this is just like superior to all of that. I'm not getting dragged into that conversation. Don't worry.
No. What I was going to say was, I remember at one point I just looked at you because you were talking about it with me, and I just said, how are they going to end it? And you're like, what? I'm like, how are they going to end this fucking thing? And you're like, and that was the same thing that every writer for that fucking show. How are we ending this?
So I wouldn't even say that, right? I would say that if you look at where the comic went, which was graphic novels, whatever you want to call them,
Right.
that was the basis of that show. And when some of the stuff started to happen off kilter, I'm like, all right, well, that can make sense either way. And then they killed Rick off, and I'm just like, yep, done.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think it was Carl first, and then it was Rick, and I'm just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you're just not being faithful to the source material at all, which I understand. They're all actors. Some actors might just be like, hey, I'm fucking done. And instead of recasting them, you just kill them. But this is not that. I'm just making the comparisons to that because it's all television at the end of the day. But this just was an entirely new level. And you said it when we kind of first started talking about both shows and the main event itself, in the sense that they are starting to call this on social media the Renaissance era. We had the Attitude Era, the PG era, which, Drew McIntyre alluded to in the CM Punk segment, which I thought was just hysterical. Like I said, I cackled at that one. But
PG, brother.
But this took it out of...
complete me.
Oh my god. Anyways. I got a funny story about that actually after this, but it's not the complete me part, but Drew McIntyre. This was a whole new level. This is, they haven't done something like this in years, if not decades. And to do something like this after a company merger, I feel like nobody saw this coming. Which makes it all the more intriguing television. But as a side to that, just real quick before we move on, so the Drew McIntyre thing. Ironically enough, I've had a little bit more free time this week than I've had most weeks recently. So I sometimes at work I'll throw on like YouTube. I'll see like what free movies they're offering, just because like I don't want to like load up all the apps just to find some of this stuff.
Right. Yeah.
So one of them was actually The Highlander with Christopher Lambert from I believe it was 84 or 86. I can't remember the year that came out, but I was like, wow, okay. So I watched it, forgot how much I loved that movie, and the next night obviously was Tuesday. And I think this is when it came out that Drew McIntyre made his own CM Punk shirt called DM Hunk. So he's like, I can't, and like the video was like people chanting CM Punk from Chicago. I don't know if this was after or what. Like I didn't see the shirt, I don't remember it. But he's like, are you chanting CM Punk or DM Hunk? I have a blown out eardrum. I can't even hear you. What are you saying? Oh, look at that guy. He's cool, I guess. Like stupid shit like that. Like full on like the heel that he's kind of been lately. It was just so funny. But
I'm going to Mindy's Bakery on Monday. All these little references.
oh my god, I know they're hilarious.
I'm just like, this fucking guy is brilliant.
You don't distract me. I'm not distracted by CM Punk. Super kick, stomp. Yeah, okay. You know, it's just, oh my god. But speaking of Drew McIntyre and WrestleMania main events, I think we can talk about a little bit of what we talked about last week, but not so much the whole card, but just the main event matches of WrestleMania.
Yes. No, and we were talking about it. I'm just like, man, why don't we just rate the main events? Because, you know, some of the events we could have said sucked could have had great main events. And then some
that
of the
was
events,
the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And some of the events that we thought were good could have been shitty main events.
Yeah, and it's funny because I was asking you, and you're like, "Oh yeah, we can do that. That's cool." And I'm like, "Score," because I'm just gonna keep the same slide I kept last week and just re-edit it a little bit.
So what I do want to add though is I think we can give our opinion on the main event, but then if we think a match on the card should have been the main event, we can say it. So it's like, I thought this main event sucked. This should have been the main event.
We could do that.
Yeah, and because I think that would.
I think we're gonna have to talk a little bit about it anyways, but yeah.
Yes. I agree. No, I think it just not saying I'm correcting or anything like that.
No, I know. I get you. All right. So I figure we just kind of play it how we played it last week. I got 3 columns already set up. I got the, picture graphs the same as they were last week, and we could probably just go down 1 through 39 like we did last week too.
Yes. No, I love that.
Okay. So I mean, just starting with WrestleMania 1, where we had the tag team match, and we had Mr. T with Hulk Hogan, with Jimmy Snuka against Paul Orndorff and Roddy Piper with
redacted. With redacted.
Which redacted are we talking about? There's so many redacted. I feel like that's far gone enough that we don't need to redact it.
Yeah, that's true.
Defeating Paul Orndorff and Roddy Piper with Cowboy Bob Orton. Tag team match with his main event with Muhammad Ali and Pat Patterson as the special guest referees.
Oh, I think I have.
Yeah, where is he?
I think I have visuals.
You have the WrestleMania 1 edition of it?
I have, actually, yes.
I was going to say, I know you do.
And I have the Mania 1 edition.
I think I gave Kelly's brother, I think it was main event from either 1 or 3 also. I don't remember.
Yes, but I was able to get these on.
All right, hold them up a little bit more so you get them on screen. There you go. Okay.
The Target...
Yep, the Target editions. Yeah, that's what I got.
Target editions. I was able to get them on eBay because they have an eBay store, and they sell stuff on clearance. I was able to get each of these for $10 a piece.
That's cheaper than I paid to get Tom. So
well, they're originally $30 for each one.
Yeah, that's what I got them at. Yeah. All right,
I wanted them, but I wasn't going to pay $30 each. And then when I saw them on eBay, I'm like, score!
It was Christmas. I didn't care.
Yeah, I know. No, exactly. Like, Christmas, it's just like, it's fine. But for me, sometimes you want to play the long game. And with Pops especially.
I'm not gonna find that audio clip right now, but you gotta play the odds and percentages.
You got to play the odds and percentages.
You gotta wait for idiot to hit. All right, so where are we ranking this?
I would put this in the great category only because of the fact that I have the actual original VHS. I have a VHS copy of Mania 1 that has all like the original stock music from it and not the dubs over. So the first WrestleMania 1, actually the intro music was Easy Lover by Phil Collins. That was that was the instrumental part where Vince is just like, "Oh, welcome to."
Oh my god! Yeah.
And then so the main event happens. Billy Martin is the guest ring announcer, and if people don't know who he is the manager of the New York Yankees that was hired and fired by George Steinbrenner 5 times, and before his death in 1989, he was probably going to be back for a 6th stint as the Yankees manager. But in the time being, he was jobless, so he took the job as the ring announcer. The timekeeper was Liberace, and the guest referee, as Mac has described, the guest enforcer was Muhammad Ali. Mm-hmm. And the crowd was absolutely electric for this. It was into fucking everything that had happened. When Hogan and T came out to Eye of the Tiger by Survivor, the whole building, I think, was shaking at the Garden. And it was just a really fun atmosphere for a main event. I'm not a big fan of the finish, but it was kind of a standard at the time because nobody really liked doing jobs back then. So I'm okay with it, but it wasn't something that I I really enjoyed as a main event. Like the finish is something it's like, but I thought everything else on it it's fantastic.
Yeah, no, I literally have nothing to add. I just for the first WrestleMania, for the reaction it got, whether it be the reaction of all the actual wrestlers or Muhammad Ali himself, it's just, for that time period especially, was nothing short of just humongous news. And obviously it's the first WrestleMania itself,
Yes.
So I completely agree. I have nothing really to add here. So we'll just kind of move on to WrestleMania 2. You could make the argument that this had 3 main events.
You can't make that argument. I mean, it would be kind of like, the thing about it is, it'd be one bad and then one meh and then one maybe great, good.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
That would kind of be my balancing of it. I liked Bundy and Hogan. I thought it was a really good cage. Number one, because it was the blue cage. The blue cage is always kind of I'm always a soft spot for that cage for some reason.
No, me too.
I think because we just grew up with it. And Hogan at the time was just a god and was really ascending to be more immortal, of course, a year later.
Yeah.
But I felt like that this was one, because he came in with the broken ribs, told a really good story with that. You thought Hogan had a chance to also lose because of the fact that he was coming in with bad ribs.
Yep.
Bundy was kind of just a destroyer. I would put this in the good category myself.
Okay. We're just gonna do good, meh, bad, because
I'm biased, but
we'll
I would put this in the good category.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying, for the viewers, because you said great for WrestleMania 1, so I just want to make sure we clarify that.
Right.
All right, so that would bring us to number 3. I mean, we just put it in good now and not even talk about it. So 3.
I have visuals for these too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we need the visuals. So 3, just for those at home that are not sure why we're just laughing about it and saying that should we just add it now, is the infamous or famous, whichever you want to call it, Hulk Hogan defeating Andre the Giant with Bobby the Brain Heenan, the main event of WrestleMania 3.
There are moments of the match that are just like the bear hug spot is rough at points because it's like 5 minutes long.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought everything else in between or everything else besides that was fun. Considering also Andre's limitations at the time because he was coming off back surgery.
Yep.
And he was wearing a brace that night, apparently. That's been the rumor.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
Yeah, there was some. He might, if we were doing medical testing and they were doing the testing that he did now, he probably wouldn't have got cleared that night.
He absolutely would not have been clear. I can just
Probably
tell you
not
that
been cleared.
now. As I hit the mic, Jesus. But yeah. He would not have been cleared at all.
So considering all that, and also the finish, because it's probably the most iconic finish in Mania history. Yeah, I put it in the good category.
Yeah, I think if you don't, you're a fool. Just not you, but anybody.
Or Dave Meltzer.
Or Jesus Christ. Is it the best match of either of their careers? Yeah, thank you. Is it the best match of either career? No, 1000% it's not. However, just for how iconic it was, it has to be in that category. I'm sorry. So that will take us to number 4. Number 4, before I even say what the main event was, had a interesting story, one-of-a-kind story, where the entire night basically was a tournament for the vacated WWF, WWE, whatever you want to call it, World Heavyweight Championship, which culminated in the main event of Macho Man Randy Savage against the $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The match was short because both those guys I felt like could have gone. I think they got like 12 minutes.
Less actually. They got less than 10. It felt long.
It felt it. It did, but it was like I didn't expect it. They crammed so much into that show too because of the tournament.
Yeah.
So everything kind of got butchered for time. But both those guys could go for a while if you had to. But I would still put it. Yeah, I would still put it in the good category. Like I think because it told a great story. I love the finish. And it's a really feel good moment too because it's just like I just went through 4 people in this tournament. Hogan anointing him, or was Hogan basking in the spotlight? I wrote an article today on Wrestling Glory Days because it's always something that I always kid about with people. It's like, Vince is pushing the idea to Macho Man. So you're going to be sashaying out there with Elizabeth, and you're going to be champion. And then Hogan comes in. Well, I'm going to be out there too, right, brother? Like, well, you're not involved in the finish. Well, I mean, I should be out there too, right? It's like, you're not involved though. Well, I mean, but I can be. Like, all right, fine. Go out there. I don't care. And that's exactly how I see that conversation happening in 1988. But it was also too. I think it would again lead on to what would happen a year later. That it was just kind of like a building block of where we're going to be at a year from now. But no, it was just a tremendous story. I love 4. 4 for that alone, I think is fantastic.
Yeah, no, I agree. They threw a lot into this. You also had the dueling storylines of Hogan and Andre being in either corner at that point as well. So I definitely would have to agree with that. So that would bring us to number 5, which ironically enough is the two men we're actually talking about right now. When the superpowers finally collided, it was Hulk Hogan defeating Randy Savage for the title.
I would argue it is a top 10 championship match in WWE history.
Yeah.
I would also argue it is a top 10 main event in WrestleMania history.
Yeah.
I would dare say that it's Hulk Hogan's best match ever, bar none.
Top 5.
Yes,
I'll say that because he has had a lot of great matches. So
I do feel like it is better than the Ultimate Challenge. That match is better than the Ultimate Challenge.
Can I just bottom line it right now and just say no shit? That's why I was laughing. Yeah, no, I have to agree. But
no, it's great. It's fantastic. I put it in the good category.
Yeah, same. Like the like number 5, going into number 6. We haven't had a May one yet.
No, we haven't.
This one, no, I don't know how you're gonna feel. As a kid, I will say that I love this match. As an adult, I feel differently. I would also make the argument that after playing 2K24 Showcase Mode, I don't really like this match as much anymore.
You feel like the wrong guy won.
Yeah. I didn't as a kid. I will fully admit that. And we've talked about that.
That's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to hear.
I think I'm going to speak for myself, at least for this one, because all the other ones, like I'm not going to disagree with you on. I can't. Mm-hmm. This one is very close, bordering a good to a meh for me. Because if I look at the match holistically, it's not a bad match. But I felt like, and this has been discussed in multiple documentaries, him running to the ring and just gassing himself before he even gets there. And gassing himself for the match. Stupid. Being the Ultimate Warrior, obviously, for those that aren't, really understanding. So, in saying that, do I maybe wonder, does he not do that stupid shit? Does this match maybe kick a little bit more? My understanding also from previous documentaries is that he wanted to take it to the house a lot sooner than they were ready to do.
That's what I heard.
So
it was just like, shut up. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. And I feel like if that's anybody else, that goes very differently. So I have a hard time really placing this because of the nostalgia factor that I had as a kid, because I was a warrior. I was not a Hulkamaniac, especially at this point. A lot of that stems from he's been in every main event at this point. But how do you feel about this match?
I don't hate it. Some people think I hate it. I don't hate it.
No, I never thought that.
Yeah, some people do. Like they think because I've been so and the thing about it is I've come around on Warrior the character. I have multiple Ultimate Warrior figures in my house that I never thought I would have had this 15, 20 years ago. But it's just I've kind of turned around on the character itself. Not the person, not the wrestler, but the character.
Right.
And I think that he had an impact on people because people talk about this match glowingly. I still say Savage and Hogan is better. Considerably
because
better.
It is.
It is. It's considerably better. But Hogan, Warrior and Savage at WrestleMania 7 also kicked ass. Like, it was also an excellent matchup. And there's one common denominator, of course, but
Yeah, I know.
it's simple facts.
Right.
But yeah, I like it, but I don't love it. I would put this in the meh category, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because there are it hasn't aged well. At the time, it was great, but it hasn't aged well in hindsight. It's been 34 years. It's not. They talked about it as like, oh, this is one of the greatest championship matches in history, and it's just like, no, last year was better.
Yeah.
Like, it's,
It was good in the context of the time period. No. Well, hear me out. It's good
No,
from
I
the
know.
context of the time period where you're combining two titles. You have a guy that's ridiculously over versus another guy that's ridiculously over. And it can make sense from that standpoint. But at the same token, Savage was still over at that point. He was the year before, too. And he was the better athlete.
he was.
So you can kind of go either way. And then we'll talk about this next one where you have an aging Hulk Hogan versus a guy who's been a veteran for a long time, too. And was a veteran in the storyline, too, so to speak. Ha ha ha. With fucking Sergeant Slaughter. So WrestleMania 7. Main event was Hulk Hogan versus Sergeant Slaughter. For the title, of course, as well.
I'm extremely biased for this event because it's my
I'm not
first
surprised.
WrestleMania. It was my first WrestleMania that I kind of was really into it because I got in at the tail end of 90, early 91.
Right.
So it was like that I hold that event in a very kind of soft spot. And the crowd was fucking into that show. Like, the crowd was nuts
it was
for
the
that whole
time.
show.
It was the time period, too.
Right.
And the story,
And
of course, too. But
everybody was emotional, like the Elizabeth and Macho Man stuff. There were people crying in the audience,
yeah.
which my mother was just like, "This is pathetic," just completely hilarious. Like, my mom, whenever she just walks in on stuff like that, she's just like, "Oh my god!"
Yep.
Like, and it's just it's funny to me. Like, I don't get mad when people are just shitting on wrestling because some of it is ridiculous. But Hogan and Hogan and Slaughter, I want to like it. I want to like it. I want to like it, but there's moments in it I'm just like, this is going on for like forever. But I'm going to put it in the meh category. I'm not going to put it in the bad category. I'm going to put it in the meh category. Like,
I think that's fair, though,
Yes.
because it goes back to the same argument about 6, where it's a nostalgia factor.
yes.
I think 7 also is too, and I think a lot of people don't understand that 7's main event match, was like, you're putting that against 1 through 5 so far,
Yes.
and it does not really touch. You can make an argument for 2, right? Like, I didn't say that. I didn't care for it myself, but again, like, I'm not gonna sit there and say it's a bad match.
Right.
Because your point of the story to that was good. Having said that, with those first 5, you've got progressively better. First one was a main event. That's not bad. And you had the star power behind that with Mr. T and Muhammad Ali.
Right.
2, you had King Kong Bundy, but you had the story of the ribs. 3, like, you're not going to top 3 in the next, year or 2.
Right.
4 is good, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's better than 3, though. Just if we're doing like a ranking like that.
Right.
And you have 5, which just what the fuck? Like,
Right.
and then you go to 6, and 6 is good, but again, there's that nostalgia factor and the fact that Warrior was not, somebody that really should have won that match. But we already said something about that, so I'm not gonna segue too much on that. And then you have 7, which objectively, when you compare that to the athleticism of 4, of 5, of 6, it doesn't stand up.
It doesn't.
It just doesn't. So that's where I'll leave that. But going into the next one,
Just fucking put it right in the bad category.
yeah,
Just put it right there.
this technically speaking had 2 main events, technically. which were not co-main events, like in the sense of one match after the other. There was like a I don't know, I guess the best way to say it would be like a mid-card main event,
Yes.
which was better than the actual main event.
Yes.
So the mid-main event would have been Randy Savage defeating Ric Flair for the WWE Championship, whereas the actual main event was Hulk Hogan defeating Sid Justice with Harvey Wippleman by disqualification. So, as Dan said, we're just going to move that one right to the bad.
Sid kicked out of the leg drop because Papa Shango missed his cue.
Yep.
Warrior came out, did the big
Which
return.
made no fucking sense for that.
None. No fucking sense.
Should have came out for the other main event, but, you know. We clearly were not thinking very much about that.
No,
time,
it's
obviously.
just, but also that it should have been Hogan and Flair. I don't give a fuck what. Oh well, they didn't have good chemistry. No, fuck off. Hogan and Flair should be.
Meanwhile,
main.
a few years later, they're fighting in Halloween Havoc, but, hey, what do I know?
Well, they're fighting at Bash of the Beach. It's
That
like,
too, yeah.
all right, let's hand this over to
Forgot about
WCW
that.
then.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you. Like, just do it. Just
Yep.
fucking book it. You can work this out. You can figure something out here.
So, I'm just going to kind of move on real quick because I feel like this one is also going to be in the bad, depending on which you want to qualify. But WrestleMania 9.
It depends. It depends what we're talking about. What aspect of it?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Are we talking about? Are we talking about the fact that Yokozuna won? Or are we talking about the fact that Hulk Hogan walked out with the title?
See, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't know. So just real quick, we'll just specify. So I'm on Wiki right now as we're talking. Just like most of these I remember anyways. Like I don't care.
Yes.
But I know that there's going to be some in the 20s that I'm just not going to remember. But the thing about Wikipedia is, for those that don't know or don't go on it for like wrestling events, they also have the timing of the match.
Yes.
So Yokozuna defeating Bret Hart was just shy of 9 minutes. Hulk Hogan defeating Yokozuna to walk out as champion, as Dan said, it says here is 22 seconds. And that sounds about right.
Yoko and Brett was supposed to go longer, but
Well, that explains the prolonged celebration at the end of Hogan and Yoko.
yes, Yoko and they were supposed to go longer because, but Yoko went to go home earlier because he was gassed already. Yeah,
Shocking. Yeah.
Yeah, you're putting that much weight on you. You're not exactly built to, go 20, 25 minutes where Brett could. And Brett probably I'm sure Brett probably wanted to go like 15, maybe 18 minutes. And then pretty much got cut, which is also why it took forever for Fuji to get the salt out of his thing because the timing was completely off.
Yep.
And then, of course, Hogan comes out. The old Brett thing, Brett just waving at like, oh, I'm just standing. It looks like you're looking at it now and you're just like, oh, Brett, such a company guy. But, as a kid, you're just like, oh shit, they're friends. He's defending him. It's like, no, young Dan, he's not defending him. No.
He is just
He's
completely
fucking him right now.
Yep. I need to say this now just because of how funny that was to me. We don't have scripts on this show, and the fact that Dan and I just use the exact same words, it's just poetic to me because literally that's exactly what happened. You could, the thing was this, and I think this was kind of telling for this time period, right? So we talked about with 8 how there was a co-main event, so to speak, which just happened much earlier in the show than a
Yes.
finish. So that was, I'm not going to say this was that kind of style, but Hogan specifically had already wrestled. He wrestled kind of at that same point where we talked about with Savage and Ric Flair from WrestleMania 8, same match placement. So it was Money Inc., Ted DiBiase, and IRS for the Tag Team Championships, defeating the Mega Maniacs, Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake.
No. Brutus the fucking barber beefcake.
Well, they have Brutus Beefcake listed here, so that's what I went with. Sorry. With Jimmy Hart by DQ. So I just, if we're looking at it from the perspective of whether we were watching it live or on pay-per-view or just, same day, whatever, you're like, okay, Hogan's done. He's not coming back out. And then they find a way to just completely fuck everybody, Brett included, obviously, and have him come out at the end of the show to beat Yokozuna in 22 fucking seconds. So I'm gonna ask, just for my own sake of argument here, are we going bad with this? Because I'm going bad. That's myself.
If we can have so bad it's good category, I'd put it in. But
God,
I always find it amusing.
I think it's
always makes me
amusing,
laugh.
but it's just overall, it's just
It's dumb,
okay.
but it's funny.
All right,
Which is I'd put it in the bad category.
okay, good, because I already moved it.
Insane. So I'm not going to sit here and be.
Yeah, no fucking comment. All right, so that would bring us whatever. So that would bring us to WrestleMania 10, the first WrestleMania without Hulk Hogan at this point, brother, in a quote unquote rematch of the previous year, but not with Hulk Hogan, but with Brett and Yoko. And Roddy Piper was a special guest referee.
Yes.
Oh, and Corny was there with Mr.
Cornette
Fuji.
was in his corner.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Corny made it to a Mania main event. Yes.
Yes, motherfucker.
Motherfucker. I mean, it was definitely better from the year before. I liked the finish a lot.
I mean, it's the right finish compared to the previous year.
It's the right finish, and in my opinion, Brett walking out with the championship, and then kind of getting that hero's welcome. It was so funny seeing Lex Luger come out immediately. You're like, oh, Luger's gonna fucking drill him.
I thought it was.
No,
yeah.
And then they just come out and they put him on his shoulders and just walk him around like the building. That was an excellent kind of send off.
Yep.
And then the little subtlety with Owen Hart coming out in the aisleway because he's just like, I fucking beat you earlier in the night. Now you're champion.
Yeah. I was going to say, we had that match earlier in the night. It was the first match.
He took away, like, literally Owen Hart in his finest hour. He beat his brother clean as a fucking whistle in the opening match.
Yep.
But at the end of the night, nobody gave a shit because Brett was champion again.
Yep.
And it was just seeing that on his face from the aisleway, that story being told of like, motherfucker, he did it again. And yeah, like it told a great story as far as furthering what was going on with Owen, but also just it was nice seeing Brett get like that kind of, because he fucking deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely he did.
Absolutely deserved it. He got shafted the year before, and didn't get what he should have gotten with the Hogan matchup in '93. Instead, he got fucking Lawler. So Brett absolutely deserved it. I would put this in the good category.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit hard to disagree at that point. I would have said the exact same thing even if you didn't. It's I think for what they did in this match, and not only that, but also following the ladder match too. I think they put on a great show. And to your point of, carrying him out and then looking back at Owen like, fucking just beat you. What the fuck? I thought she told a great story, like you said. And for the first WrestleMania without Hulk Hogan, I think this one is just a great WrestleMania all around, honestly.
Right.
You had Savage and Crush. You had a lot of other great matches that happened. Like I said, you had the ladder match with Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels, and it's just it kicked. Like I said, man, it kicked. So that is going to bring us to. I'm just going to assume we're going to say this one's bad as well. 11. What I thought should have been the main event was not the main event, which was Diesel with Pamela Anderson versus Shawn Michaels with Sid and Jenny McCarthy. Because,
Then that would automatically be in the good category because I thought that was a good main event.
because it was a good main event.
Yes.
And you had Jenny McCarthy and Pamela Anderson.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I didn't think you could really go wrong with that. But instead, we got NFL player Lawrence Taylor defeating Bam Bam Bigelow with Ted DiBiase in his corner. So before we do this, right? For what Lawrence Taylor gave us, I was pleasantly surprised.
Yes.
I will be the first to say that because not every actor, not every NFL player has always translated to being great in the ring. And there's a lot of names that we could rattle off. Bill Goldberg, excuse me. That, whatever. But, and I thought Bam Bam definitely worked with him very well. I just don't know if I would put this past a meh. Especially as a main event, but
I wouldn't say it's bad. I wouldn't say it's good either. I would say it's meh. I would say that because I have to give respect to Lawrence Taylor because he treated the industry with respect.
oh, absolutely,
and that's
a big part of it too. Yeah.
So that's why it's like I can't give him bad. I can't give him good either. It's passable in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll give it that.
So that's why it's like I'm not going to crucify him for it. But you're right. It should have been Diesel and Shawn.
Yeah, 100%.
With Jenny and Pam.
Dude, you could even make the argument, and this goes back to 10 too, where 10 was like a great show.
Yes,
this was too. This it had like a couple duds and a couple what's the point?
That fucking Backlund Bret Hart match was shit.
Yeah, but I mean
that was. And then you got like the Allied power, the Alliance.
I'm not counting that one. No, that doesn't count. That never happened. That one didn't happen, in my opinion.
And then you got Jeff Jarrett versus Jeff Jarrett and Razor Ramon, where it's just But
dude, it's Razor defeating.
Show.
But shut the fuck up, man. Razor beating the shit out of Jeff. Come on, man.
It's a bad show. No, 11's a bad show. I'm sorry. It's a bad show.
I'm not. Whatever.
11's a bad show. It's
not great.
Half the matches on that card wouldn't even be passable for a Monday Night Raw. That's the problem I had. And
all right, fine.
The main event's great. Well, not the main event, but Shawn and Diesel great. But I thought that LT and Bam Bam should have been maybe the first main event,
right?
But not the main event.
Yep. All right. WrestleMania 12. I already have moved it into the good category. So I'll light that sucker up now. So the main event of WrestleMania 12 was the 60-minute Iron Man matchup between Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, where it went into sudden death as well. This was an hour, 1 minute, and 56 seconds. And Shawn won, which, is important to state. This, and maybe I look through gilded eyes, but I for the most part, if we start without the dark matches, I like this main event. Or I like this pay-per-view even. The Hollywood backlot brawl, which did not go to plan. You had Steve Austin defeating Savio Vega to really kind of kick off Austin 316, which had already kicked off, but this one was just a primary example. What a lot of people forget about this one, it was the WrestleMania where Triple H got absolutely bulldozed by Warrior. And then you had Undertaker and Diesel as well.
Yeah, that was a good match.
That was a good match. But the Triple H getting bulldozed by Warrior just still cracks me up.
Kicked out of the pedigree. Like he no-sold the pedigree.
He no-sold it. He stood up immediately. It was hilarious. But just looking outside of that and kind of keeping in line with what we're actually talking about for main events, like this is top 5 in my opinion. It's hard
definitely
to
up there. It's definitely
if it's not 5, it's 10. Like I gotta say it that way. Like this is one of those. And I know people that sit out there and they're like, it took too much time and shouldn't have been a 60-minute match and all this other shit. And listen, I'm just going to tell you, I respectfully disagree. Like, this was a phenomenal match from start to finish.
Really is. Yeah, of course, there's low points because, you can't go full streaming for 60, but
nor should you, though. You know?
No. I feel like it told a great story for Shawn to finally get over that hump. And then just the brilliantness of Bret Hart and him putting that together. Like, because there's a lot of Iron Man matches where it's repetitive or there's too many falls and things but this is both these guys, you have 1A and 1B, the two very best wrestlers in the company, which again was something that they never really did before as the main event for Mania, because it was always kind of the showman and not more or less the technical aspect of it. These two guys were, you can argue, the two very best wrestlers in the world going one-on-one in the main event, which had never really been done before in WWE at least. So yeah, but I always thought it was an excellent main event.
Yep. Nope. I 1000% agree. So this, yeah. This should not have been the main event. I'm just gonna say
no, but it shouldn't have been. Taker shouldn't even been in the main event. It was supposed to be Bret versus Shawn, but Shawn lost his smile, and.
Those sunny days, man. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're not supposed to talk about that. Is she redacted too now? Ah, shit. So I'm just gonna say it out loud, and I think you're not gonna disagree regardless. The main event should have been Bret Hart versus Stone Cold, and that no DQ submission match.
Problem was, it wasn't for the title. It was for the title.
I understand that, and you're 100% right. I just, looking back now, that should have been the main event.
I agree.
Whether that means, and the thing was, is like, you could have done this with Rock and Stone Cold at that point too. I don't remember why it was Rikishi who was the Sultan at the time. I don't know any of that. I don't remember that shit at all. But you could have done that. You could have had him drop the IC belt to Austin. You could have had Bret versus Stone Cold for the IC belt. You could have done anything. That match kicked. That is one, like, it's even in showcase mode. There's a lot of matches that are
Yes.
not the main event in showcase mode. This is one of them, and it deserves every accolade that it got. Just it really does. The main event, on the other hand,
Not good.
no.
Not good. And I love Taker, but
Yeah, but this is not great. Which it could have been.
Yeah.
I feel like it could have. Like him and Sid are great wrestlers. Don't get me wrong, but this match just was not.
no.
So I'm assuming just based on the conversation, we're both just putting this in the bad.
Correct.
All right. I figured I'd make sure real quick first, but yeah, I don't disagree. Then that brings us to 14, which I feel like might be a different conversation a little bit. And I feel like going back to the nostalgia factor is a little bit as to why. The main event for this in Boston, in our home city, so to speak, was Stone Cold Steve Austin defeating the champion Shawn Michaels for the belt with Mike Tyson as the special guest outside enforcer.
Sean, of course, is coming in with a really bad back. This
Correct.
is his last match for about 4.5 years.
Yep.
A lot of stuff that was leading into that too, with his personal life.
Correct.
There was some aspect. There were some people that thought this match was even going to take place.
Yep. Taker's in the back with his fist taped up.
You better fucking do the job.
Yep.
And to Shawn Michaels' credit, he did, and he was able to get the new star ready, the new leader of the company.
Yep.
Considering his back injury, I have to admit though that this match is also excellent. Like it's really really good. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I think it tells a great story.
It
honestly.
does, and then I know Austin's kind of disappointed with it, but I don't think he should be. I still think it's an excellent matchup.
Yeah.
Considering the circumstances with Sean's back at the time and other things that were going on for him. So, because I don't know if he was seeing sunny days or not at this point.
I don't think he was, but I don't know either. All right, so you putting this in the good?
Yeah, I'm putting this in the good.
Okay. I'm just gonna be real quick with my comment then. I don't disagree. I could go man with this just because Sean is not 100%.
Right.
You could make the argument that Austin wasn't either. This is post Owen Hart injury, so
Right.
you could make that argument as well. However, these two had great chemistry all the time they were in the ring together, which unfortunately was not a big sample size.
Right.
However, the times that they always put on magic. I feel like Steve, which we'll get to in the next few WrestleManias, really could have been in the ring with anybody and made magic. Having said that, again, Sean is playing hurt. Sean has a lot of shit going on in his personal life. Sean is not a huge human being at this time period. He'd be the first to admit that. So it's hard to look at this as like a great match.
Yeah.
However, it's still very good. So I'll put it in the good category. I think that's exactly where it should be, honestly. And it's Stone Cold's first WrestleMania win as becoming a main event talent. And as a Steve Austin fan, that's where I'm like, I'm a little conflicted with this and probably a little biased, but I'm glad that you at least agree with the same sentiment, so to speak. But that, as I said, will take us into 15, another Stone Cold main event, defeating The Rock in a no disqualification match for the championship. The corporation was banned from ringside, and Mankind was the special guest referee. You're gonna go meh, I can tell you.
Yeah, I know, and that's it's very. Because the problem is that everybody, there's probably people out there that would be like, "You putting this in the meh category?" I'd be like, "Yeah," because it wasn't. The show was media. The show was awful.
The show was not great. Yeah,
It was not a great WrestleMania.
we've talked about that.
I thought that this was also the third in the trilogy. This was the third worst. I thought 17 was better. I thought 19 was better. There were still some cool aspects of it that were fun, which keeps this out of the bad category. Even though I really don't think it was remotely ever going to get in the bad category.
No, I don't think
I
so
just thought it was just something lacking. I mean, even Austin, when he came out with the T-shirt on, I should have known. Oh boy, this isn't going to be that great.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to say with that match, or that pay-per-view for that matter. That would bring us, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your scoring of this one, WrestleMania 2000, WrestleMania 16. Great game, maybe not a great pay-per-view.
Now the pay-per-view was weak.
Yeah, it was.
I haven't watched this match in a very long time.
Well, let's talk about it real quick now. So
Yeah.
before we go any further, let's just say who's in it before we even go.
Yeah, I know.
So we got Triple H. So this was the Fatal 4 elimination match for the title.
With McMahon
with-
in every corner.
Yep, with a McMahon in every corner. Exactly. Thank you. So it was Triple H with Stephanie in his corner, The Rock with Redacted in his corner, Mick Foley with Linda in his corner, and The Big Show with Shane in his corner.
Well, it's the big slow.
Yep, that was always our thing. The Big Slow. Which, ironically enough, he got eliminated in less than 5 minutes.
It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, this whole fucking build-up was dumb. Like the guy who, because he won the original, he won the matchup. I think at the February pay-per-view. I think it was No Way Out, and he beat The Rock, and with the help from Shane, and then Rock gets back in the match. Then they put Foley in, and then Big Show gets eliminated within 5 minutes. It's like, oh, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. So then I'll just go through it real fast, so that way everybody's clear. Just because I know there's a lot of people like yourself that have not seen this one in a while. I have not either, but I have the wiki open. The next elimination was Mick Foley after eating a pedigree onto a steel chair at almost the 20-minute mark, and then The Rock also being eliminated by Triple H, pinned after 2 chair shots to the head by the McMahon in his corner, Vince, at the 38-minute mark. So it was a 38-minute match.
I remember this is actually my first WrestleMania party that I had probably half the high school junior class in the house for the show. It was one of those old fucking Fisher TVs with the wood.
Oh, jeez.
It was way before big screens became a thing.
Right.
And we just weren't in the big screen market at the time. But I just remember as soon as Foley got eliminated, all of us were just like, "Oh, Rock's gonna win," and
Nope.
fucking Vince, we're just like, "Oh, this asshole again screws us all over."
Yeah.
Because he did it with Austin so many times. Now he's doing it with The Rock. I thought it was. I still say it was a good match. Like
You're going good?
but I wouldn't say it's good. I put it in the meh. I'd put it.
Okay.
I'd put it in the meh category. I wouldn't put it bad. I wouldn't put it good. I would say it's in the meh category.
Okay. I can accept that. I was going to say, man, if you're putting that in the good,
No, it wasn't like I was. There was good aspects to it, but it's not great.
But that's every match,
Yeah, I know.
you know?
Except
All right.
most
So,
of that card.
yeah. Yeah. No comment about the card. I was just reading as you were talking. I was just like, oh man. So back to the second of the trilogy. a repeat of the year before, Steve Austin and The Rock.
Just put it in the good category.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to. Don't worry. I feel like this is the best of the three.
Without question.
This Austin was hungry for this. I remember playing this in on 2K24 with the showcase mode, and Corey Graves just like, dude, he was like hungry for it.
He was.
And I remember this match distinctly because he beat the shit out of The Rock. And I think this was also no DQ, so he beat him even more than he would have otherwise. It was interesting because looking at the card, it was a decent card, all things considered. You had Angle and Benoit as well, or 2007 Redacted. You had the Shane and Mr. McMahon match. You had the TLC match for the tag team titles.
Taker and Triple H was fun.
Yeah, and dude, the gimmick battle royal.
Yeah, that was good too.
Yeah. Anytime you get to see the Sheik mess people up, it's pretty funny. And just overall, it was not a bad pay per view. But I remember walking into this match like, okay, like this has been a pretty fun pay per view.
Yeah.
And then Austin just fucking destroys The Rock, and you're like, oh, okay, I can kind of get behind that. it's just all around. Like I have nothing but good things to say about this. And it really was the best of the three. I 19 was still fun, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't 17.
No, it wasn't.
But we have one to get to before we get to 19, and that was 18, which I have a hard time placing this because of the match that happened right before it, which I feel like maybe should have been the main event.
It should have been the main event. Yeah, Triple H and both Jericho both were like, "This no,
Yeah,
should go on before."
Yep.
I don't want to put this in the bad category.
I had a feeling you were going to.
Because it's just there's just something missing that like it wasn't. Again, it just felt like it was predetermined. Of course, it's predetermined. It's fucking wrestling, but it was pretty much
You knew it was going to happen.
that Triple H was going to win it.
Yeah,
Like he wasn't going to come back. Like it was a foregone conclusion at that point.
Yep. No, I agree. Like it's hard not to agree because it's just everybody knew going in that Triple H was going to win. Whether he was anointed or not, you could make that argument, but it just everybody knew. Everybody knew. So that brings us to 19, and again, maybe you could make the argument that a lot of matches could have been the main event.
Yes.
So I'm gonna walk through the last few matches on the card just because, like, from 6 on, you could make an argument. So just if anybody's following along on Wikipedia through these matches or through these WrestleManias like we did last week and now this week, for WrestleMania 19, from match 6, you have Shawn Michaels and Chris Jericho. Triple H with Flair defeating Booker T for the World Heavyweight Championship. Next match is Hulk Hogan defeating Mr. McMahon in a street fight. And if Hogan had lost, he would have to retire. And then you had The Rock and Steve Austin, the final one in the trilogy of WrestleMania matches that they had together. And then the main event was Brock Lesnar defeating Kurt Angle for the WWE Championship. And if Angle had been counted out, disqualified, or had anyone interfere on his behalf, he would also lose the title. So that's the main event. But you can kind of make an argument for all 5 of those matches that, like The Rock and Austin, you look at that one specifically and you're like, why is that not the main event?
Hogan and McMahon.
That was another one.
An argument could have been made just because of the fact of that both guys had built WrestleMania. So that
Yeah.
could have been the argument made. But the real storyline, I think, with this main event that it gets brought up, but it needs to always get brought up. Is
The shooting star press.
the physical condition of Kurt Angle coming into this. It had come out a couple of days previously before this match had happened that there was a good possibility that match was not going to happen at all because Kurt Angle's neck was in dire circumstances. And Angle pretty much just gutted it out and said, fuck it, it's the main event of WrestleMania. And the match was perfect up until that ending with the botch shooting star press.
Right.
Where again, a lot of us felt like that Brock, the way that he landed, was going to end up in the same boat as Kurt Angle with his neck. Somehow he only got a concussion, no other further damage, and we didn't get to see a catastrophe. Kurt Angle would come back eventually from his neck injury.
Right.
I would put this in the good category because I think it's an excellent matchup. Both guys, especially. Their 60-minute Iron Man match that happened on SmackDown later on this year was better, but I feel like that this matchup it lived up to the hype because everybody on the planet was thinking that this match was going to tear it down, only because of the fact that both guys were ridiculous collegiate wrestlers and on the amateur level. Brock being a former NCAA heavyweight champion and Kurt Angle being a gold medalist in the 1996 Olympics.
Right.
And so it was the first time that the main event was going to be between two legitimate athletes for the championship. And both guys delivered, especially with Kurt Angle with the condition that he came in with. And Brock almost literally just dying with that shooting star press.
Yeah. I would have to agree. The performance that they both put on, you could make an argument is one of those main events where it's like you could say that other matches could have been those main events, but for what we got, I was not disappointed at all. At all. But that would bring us to number 20. So it was 2007 redacted, Chris Benoit defeating Triple H and Shawn Michaels via submission to win the World Heavyweight Championship. I'm going to make an argument here that it really should have been Eddie and Kurt Angle should have been the main event.
Would we be saying this before 2007, though?
I mean, the issue with saying that and asking that question is that Kurt Angle put on great matches with both of them. Whether it be Eddie Guerrero, whether it be Chris Benoit.
Yes,
you'd make the argument that his matches with Chris Benoit were that much better. But it's hard, man, to sit here and grade this match on that principle of what happened with his family.
I feel like if I'm being honest here, I would put it in the good category. If I'm being honest, that means not moving it there yet.
I am not. Don't worry. I got you.
I would put that in the good category if I was just going by merit and there would be no incidences. However, I cannot, in good conscience, watch anything that he's involved in, like wrestling-wise. I can't do it. It's been 17 years, and I'm still like, I just have no desire to watch anything he's in.
Okay. I'm gonna make an executive decision then right now.
Yes.
I'm going to put it at the bottom right here, and just I'm gonna do that.
That's fine.
I'm gonna leave it unranked because
That's fine.
I think it's just for the memory of that family. I don't feel comfortable ranking it
I agree.
anywhere, honestly. So just for the memory of the Benoit family, we're gonna leave it unranked.
Very good to see.
Yeah, I just think that's the most fair thing to do. Because then we don't work ourselves into this corner, which I don't think we were going to.
It's a tough line to kind of.
It is.
I was going to put it in the bad category only because.
But the thing is this.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut you off, but even Heyman has said this, which Heyman knew him for years as well. They worked in ECW, they worked in WCW, they did work here, where, even Heyman will tell you that in the ring, top 5 talent.
Right.
Out of the ring, fuck them.
Yeah.
And that is as close to a direct quote as I can get to that, because I can't find it right this second, nor am I about to. Just, we're already running late here, but I don't want to give credence to ranking a match that he was in as a main event and putting it in the good, knowing what he did to his family. But I also can't sit there and be like, well, the match sucked because of it. Because in 2007, you made this argument too. We didn't know that.
Right.
So just in Nancy's memory, and I forget the son's name, and I'm not going to go through that right now. Daniel, thank you. I just can't do it. So that's going to bring us on to 21. So that was Batista defeating Triple H with Ric Flair for the World Heavyweight Championship. You could make an argument for Cena and JBL, which was the match right before that for the WWE Championship. Almost as co-main events, but the true main event was Batista and Triple H.
I'm going to put this in the good category.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I number one, I don't think they've ever really had a bad match.
No, I don't think they did either. I didn't think it was that good either.
Well, I thought their Vengeance match was better.
Sure.
But I thought that this match was actually, you know what? Man, put it in the meh category. Because it's not. I'm thinking about it now. It's not good. It's not great, but it's not bad either. So it's just kind of like, It's it's in a different category.
I actually just had to move our names because we were going to run out of real estate pretty soon on the good side, I feel like. Yeah, I don't disagree, though. I don't think this is a bad match. I don't think it's a great match. I think Man's the best place for it, honestly.
Yes.
So that would bring us to WrestleMania 22, which, of course, I had forgotten which this main event was for some reason. I knew it was John Cena and somebody. I forgot it was John Cena and Triple H. I feel like the match before may have been the main event too.
I feel like this one though was. This is another one where the house was lively for this one. Holy shit! Because there was, and it was also a dichotomy because the couple of years before that, everybody was rooting against Triple H. This one, everybody was rooting for Triple H.
Because everybody was getting sick of Cena, and that's
it was just like
why I stopped watching.
Yeah, and even from the entrances on, because that was the famous Conan entrance, and then the Cena comes out with the gangster one, which CM Punk makes a cameo in that. But it was even from the entrances, the build up, everything from the word go. This was an excellent. It was just excellent. It kind of brought back like a real feel of like a big match type feeling that the company, I felt like it was lacking at certain points. Especially when Cena got kind of anointed because they were pretty much just feeding everybody to him. Where this match, you really had no idea who was going to win.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Cena was the guy, but Triple H was also royalty. So,
Yeah. All right, so you're putting it in good?
I'm putting it good.
All right. So that is going to bring us to 22.
23.
Is it 23? Jesus Christ, I can't count. All right, 23. There it is. Okay. Where it was another John Cena main event, this time against Shawn Michaels.
This was good.
I sense a
But-
butt. Yeah.
Batista and Undertaker were better. Was better. And that I felt like should have main evented.
Dude, even the hair versus hair could have main evented, in my opinion.
Yeah.
or the ladder match, the Money in the Bank ladder match could have.
Yeah, there were multiple matches that could have main evented that I was just like, I thought Cena and Michaels was good. I didn't think it was earth shattering. I thought it was good.
So you want to put
So
it
I
in
guess
meh, or you want to put it in good?
I would put it in.
It's hard, yeah, because I kind of on the fence myself. Like, I personally, I'd put it in meh. Because
Yeah, I'm gonna go with meh.
Yeah, because over last year or over 21, excuse me, or 22, whatever, I don't think it moved any bars or anything like that for me.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, so for 23, I would put it there. 24, I feel like is a little bit interesting. So 24 is the second time Undertaker has main evented WrestleMania, the first time in quite a few years, where he defeats Edge for the World Heavyweight Championship.
This match was great.
Yeah.
This match was fucking balls to the wall. You really felt like at certain points that the streak was in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Apparently, Edge was offered to end the streak, but he said no.
Yep. He said no. That I love that story, by the way.
I do love that story. And for me, it also shows just complete and utter respect for Edge, where it's just, he's always someone that I've always kind of respected and kind of always kind of held in a high regard because, number one, I think he's a wrestling fan first on top of being a performer. I'd put this in the good category. It really is that.
I already moved it, don't worry. It was. It really was. And they put on a great show. They had a good house. Just everything about this I thought was a great match. I didn't hate it at all. You're right. It had some spots where you're just like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yeah.
And especially at that time, you were safe to have those thoughts, but I'm glad that Edge kind of turned it down.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So the next one, we are back to Triple H, and at WrestleMania 25, we had Randy Orton versus Triple H.
This isn't the bad category.
You putting it bad, really?
Just was that good.
No, I'm not disagreeing. I was just surprised you put it in bad immediately.
It wasn't that good. Plus it should have been Taker and Michaels.
Yeah.
It was just they kind of sabotaged the match because the matchup should have been like a no holds barred type street fight or something of that nature. And it was a disqualification waive rule, meaning that if Triple H got himself disqualified, Orton would have won the title.
Right.
Which, then you're handcuffed at that point. And yeah, I just never really was a big fan of it.
All right. I'm not going to disagree. I'll put it right in the bad. That is truthfully one I do not remember as well. Like I said, when we get to the 20s, I'm going to start not remembering as many. So that was one of them. Ironically enough, your Shawn Michaels and Undertaker was the main event of this one, number 26, where it was no disqualification, streak versus career.
Yep.
So if Shawn lost, which he did, he would retire from in-ring competition. And if Undertaker lost, then really doesn't lose much, just the
Streak's
streak at that point, yeah. And of course, even though it was streak versus career and Shawn lost, he would still wrestle.
Yes.
Of course, just like Ric Flair.
Well, I mean, the thing. Let me.
I don't think it's important. I think
I'm
it's
going-
funny, if anything.
I'm going to defend Shawn because I will forgive the fact that it was a one-time only deal, and he got paid $3 million from Saudis. So I was just like, take it. Like if I was
I
in a
don't
position
hate it. I
like
just think
that-
it's funny.
it's funny. I defend him on that because it's like this is the same guy who didn't really even get a payoff during the Attitude Era because he was sitting home.
Yeah,
Like during their hottest period, he didn't even get like a shot. So it's like if he got paid $3 million to come out of retirement for one match, it's like you deserve it. Take it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to hate you for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's tough to rank.
Really?
Yeah. I just because he's already done it, and that was the thing. Like, and I said this about Dom and Ray earlier. It's just like I don't want to see it 2 years in a row, and I think that's part of why. But I mean, overall, like it has to go good.
Like it has to go good.
Yeah.
I thought both. For a time I thought 26 was better than 25, but now I don't think that. I think 25 is. I think they're both excellent. It's like Godfather 1 and Godfather 2. It's like this is hard to decide.
Yeah,
But
I'll give you that.
I think it's an excellent like it. Yeah, it's definitely one of the better main events. I think as far as like because you really didn't know going into it.
No, you didn't.
Like you really didn't know. You didn't know if it was going to be Shawn, if it was going to be Taker, because Shawn could have went another couple of years if he wanted to.
Yeah.
I am glad he kind of. I am glad he kind of retired when he did because he left before there was a bit of a slippage as far as how that is.
Yeah.
Like
no, I get you.
And there really wasn't one with him, so that was a good part of it. But yeah, I put this in the good category.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. It's just one of those situations for me. I was just like, I don't want to see it twice, but
No, I know.
overall, the match itself, yeah, obviously. So that's going to bring us. Oh God. This is the one I was dreading the most. I feel like number 27, The Miz.
Put it right in the bad.
Yep.
Put it right in the fucking bad.
All right, thank you. Thank God.
Oh,
The Miz and John Cena, and The Miz won.
terrible.
Yeah. Apparently, Miz got concussed during that match too.
He did. And then Rock came out, fucked over Cena, which we all knew it was probably going to happen. But at the same time, he came out, he restarted the match. He's like, it can't end in a double count out.
Yeah.
And then immediately he goes in and he fucks Cena over. It's like, well, why'd you restart the match then, idiot? So.
Well, he did that so we could come to WrestleMania 28, where the main event was The Rock against John
Good
Cena.
segue.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I agree.
I hated both the matches at the end of the show anyway, so I didn't really care. I hated CM Punk versus Chris Jericho infinitely less than I hated The Rock and John Cena.
No, I thought you hated Jericho and Punk.
I didn't hate it. I hated it less than I hated Rock and John Cena.
No, because I thought Punk
it
and
was.
Jericho.
It was. I just didn't give a shit.
I thought that was one of the better championship matches that they've had at Mania in a while.
It was.
Like at that point. I think for the spectacle of it, I'm not going to put it in the bad category, but I'm not. I didn't care.
So you just want to put it in meh?
I'm going to put it in meh.
That's honestly what I would have gone with too. I didn't care for it.
And the same thing with Mania 29. I'd put it in the meh category.
I don't even fucking remember what 29 is. I gotta fucking pull the page up. Is it this? Is it the rematch? Was that the main event? Oh, yeah, fuck that then.
They're both meh. Fuck it. We won't even review 29 because it's like, yeah, it's the same thing. Fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't fucking know.
That was the last time I paid for WrestleMania full price because they had the network.
They got the network and they went to.
But it was still $75, and I was just like, I can't fucking believe I paid for this.
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like we don't even have to discuss 29 at that point. It's
No, we don't.
the same match, and it's just that still nobody cared. I know this one hurts us to talk about it, but 30. Daniel Bryan defeating Batista and Randy Orton. I don't hurt yourself thinking too much about this match.
No, you want to know what it is because it's like I want to like Daniel Bryan. I do.
I hated his fucking character with a passion. He's a
like
phenomenal talent. Like
He is.
Let me just get that out of the way now. He's a phenomenal talent. I hated his fucking character in WWE.
I just never could get behind him. I've just never been able to just like get behind him and just say, oh, it's just no, I couldn't do it. I put this in the meh category.
Okay. I had a feeling you were going to say
bad.
that.
I just
No, I get it. I almost would make the argument that it is, but it's one of those situations where it's not a bad match. It's just for what we got out of that night as well, just not even in that match. It's just like, what the fuck are they doing? All right. So 31 was an entirely different animal, however. 31 I thought was just incredibly well done. Incredible storytelling. And just wow. Seth Rollins defeats Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns for the World Heavyweight Championship, with Rollins cashing in his Money in the Bank win to make this a triple threat match. Personally, this goes good for me.
No, it's in the good category for me.
All right.
The ending is iconic.
Yeah, absolutely.
The match between Roman and Brock before Seth jumps in is really fucking good. It's really competitive.
Yeah.
Probably one of their best matches. I thought probably their best Mania match. I still say probably their best match was SummerSlam 2022.
Yeah.
But this was probably the best Mania match, and I thought it was a great ending. So yeah, I would put that in the good category.
Yep, I would agree. So that brings us to WrestleMania 32. Roman Reigns defeating Triple H with Stephanie for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Can you give me the time for this match?
27 minutes, 11 seconds.
Bad.
I love how you ask for the time before you call it bad.
Fucking 27 minutes.
Yeah, that we'll never get back.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, this went.
Of a match that everybody knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, everybody knew the second that Triple H won the Royal Rumble, they're like, he's just going to lose it to fucking Reigns at Mania. And that's exactly what happened.
Yep.
But they needed to go 27 minutes to tell you that? After like a 7-hour show? Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, I'm sure that's all Triple H doing that. Yeah, no, I agree. I did not care for this at all. Which I felt was just ironic because some of the matches on this card were actually pretty decent.
Very good.
Except for 6 seconds of The Rock and Eric Rowan, but nobody really remembers that, unfortunately, except I do, and I'm sure you do. So then that brings us to the roller coaster ride of WrestleMania 33. Roman Reigns defeating The Undertaker in a no holds barred match. Can we just put it in the bad now?
Yeah.
So this was what made Undertaker have 2 losses at WrestleMania number 1. Number 2, they were really pushing him to be the big dog in the yard. And it just
My yard.
pissed everybody off more than anything else. And the match just wasn't all that great to begin with anyways.
Taker looked old
He did look old.
in this. He looked ancient.
Yep.
And it was hard to watch. just
It
because
was. Yeah.
You could tell he was in pain. He was dragging his hip was bad, his leg was bad. It was like fuck. Yeah, it was hard to watch.
It was. Yep.
So that's why I put it in like the bad category. They were in an impossible position that night because it's like, oh, you're the main event, and it's like, but Taker really shouldn't be fucking working. Oh, he's the main event though. Oh,
But
Jesus.
the thing is, and they've done it right. I don't want to say in the past before this match, but in the past, in the most recent past, with Steve Austin and putting him in a match that was easy on him in that street fight. He did the same thing with Undertaker versus AJ the year before that, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 years before. I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
No, it's 3 years after actually.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So you do these things with your older or generational talent where it's easier on them and they can still look good doing it. But, hey, what the fuck do I know, apparently.
Exactly.
Anyway, so that's going to bring us to 34. Another rematch here with Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns.
Bad.
Thank you. I was like, please, God. Yeah, this match was like this fucking shit, man.
3 years in a row where it's in the bad category for main events.
Yeah, because it sucked.
Yeah.
All right, so we can quickly segue then, because I don't feel like we need to say anything else in this fucking match, honestly. WrestleMania 35. Scroll down. So this was actually the first female headlined WrestleMania. Becky Lynch defeating Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair by pinfall.
Well, if we say anything lower than good, Ronda Rousey's going to come to our house. Or Ronda Rousey's going to write bad about us in her book. These guys have no fucking idea or concept.
Whatever. You want to put it in good?
I'm in between meh and good. That's where I'm at. I'm in between meh and good. I'm going to put it in meh.
Okay. I don't disagree. And again, as we kind of talked about with Ghostbusters movies earlier, it's not because it was all female. It's just
no.
It could have been better. I did read a funny story today that the original finish was supposed to be her in the armbar, and from what she had said, because she's doing all those interviews now with Ronda Rousey,
Right.
that her mom wouldn't talk to her again if she tapped out to Becky Lynch.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, man, but that's what I read, and I was like, oh, okay, about that. So WrestleMania 36. This one's a little bit odd to me.
Mania. Yeah.
Yeah, because for what it says here is Drew McIntyre defeats Brock Lesnar, but then in a dark match he also defeats the Big Show, which is just fucking weird. And both were for the WWE Championship, which doesn't make any fucking sense. But the true main event, obviously, considering that one would be a dark match, is Drew McIntyre versus Brock Lesnar. And this is a short fucking match. This is like less than 5 minutes.
Yeah. I don't think Brock really wanted to be there, especially if there was no crowd.
True.
Plus, I think
True.
it was just the last deal on his contract, so he was
Yeah, you might be right. Yeah.
because he didn't come back for another year and a half.
I'm not even gonna count night one. It's we already talked about this one like a couple seconds ago, but it was the Boneyard match with Undertaker and AJ.
Yeah,
So we're not gonna really discuss that one. I don't even feel like in terms of night one, night two co-main events of that nature, like that one's really worth talking about. You know?
it's fun. It's for what it is.
It
but
is, but
it's a cinematic match too. It's not
correct.
exactly,
Yeah, it's not really a match.
I'm gonna put this in the meh.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I feel like this is okay. It's
Yeah,
nothing
because
special.
I can't. I have a hard time grading things from COVID because they're at
Yeah.
least trying.
Yeah, that's true.
You
I would
know,
agree.
and so that's where I put this. It's like, I put it in the meh.
Yep. All right. Oh, man, I forgot about this one. So 37. We have on night one Bianca and Sasha, and on night two Roman, Edge, and Daniel Bryan. So again, if we just leave it to night two, because let's be real, night two is really the main event. It's that triple threat match: Roman with Jay and with Paul Heyman defeating Edge and Daniel Bryan.
Stack them up. Stack them.
Yep.
I think that was the great vision, especially in hindsight now, because here's Roman Reigns, still the world champion after this was 3 years ago now.
Yeah.
And that night he pinned two main eventers currently for AEW.
Yeah. Jesus.
I will put this in the good category.
Yeah, same. It's hard not to, honestly, if you ask me.
Yeah, I will put this in the good category.
Okay. So that brings us to yet another main event with Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns at WrestleMania 38.
The meh category. It wasn't as bad as 34.
Yeah. No, I
But
agree.
it wasn't as good as 31.
The only hype to this match, in my opinion, was them combining the titles. And even that felt stupid.
Yeah, I still felt like it was stupid. But
If I'll say it this way, and again, we're talking about Legends Wrestling on night one for a main event. I would almost make the argument that Steve Austin and KO should have main event the entire thing.
I agree.
Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, like, don't get me wrong, like, Brock and Roman was not a great match, but it wasn't a bad match either. Obviously, we ranked it as a meh, but it was already done. And, you know the outcome of this match already.
Right.
You fucking know it. So that kind of killed it for me a little bit. And then, obviously, last year's WrestleMania 39. So this one, I would make the argument, really did have two true co-main events on night one and night two that were as big as each other. Which, Bianca and Sasha, yeah, you could make that argument, but there was much more story to this one than that was. So night one is KO and Sami Zayn defeating the Usos for the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships, which they still have to split up. And then night two, Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship.
Both matches were excellent.
Agreed.
I just hated the finish tonight too.
Agreed.
So I would put both in the good category.
Okay. I would not disagree with you on that. Even if you step outside of the hating the finish of night two, it's just like it's the first time you see Cody do the figure four in WWE since returning.
Yep.
He hit the crossroads. They both hit multiple finishers, whether it be the Superman punch, whether it be the spear, whether it be the crossroads, the Cody cutter, the disaster kick. Like you, they both had submissions in the match because Cody was in the guillotine for a while. That I thought that might be the finish at first for a little bit. He had him in it for a while. Just overall, it was a great match, and it's not the type of match that, looking back the year prior, that you would have been able to get from Brock Lesnar. It just wasn't.
No, it's true.
And that's not seeing away from Brock. Brock is a phenomenal talent, but he can't do the stuff that Cody does. He just can't. So from a visual aspect of that, and having them do the things that they did, it was fucking great. We're not going to fall in this trap of where we're going to pre-rank 40. I know we have joked about somebody that we used to do a show with that he did that one year for 39. And we were like, nah, dude, you can't fucking do that.
No, you can't. You can't.
I think this year will be probably ranked higher than last year if they do it right. But
they have a chance, in
they
my opinion.
absolutely do. Yeah,
Go a top 10 to be a top 10 Mania.
yeah,
On
absolutely.
paper, right now, they have a chance.
Yeah, even
They just have to stick the fucking landing on everything.
which they didn't do last year. I feel like they did with some things, but
Most
definitely
things,
not
yeah.
the main event. Not the main event.
Unless though they do it this year, then they bring it all back. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, and we'll have to kind of see how that goes. But I love talking about this because if we look at like the shows holistically, like we did last week, we spent so much time doing it because a lot of those shows just got bigger and better as years went on, and they kind of floundered for a little bit, then they came back. But
Yeah.
just the main events in general, like we ranked like the first 5 or 6 as like good. After that, you had a couple that were stinkers, and then other ones that were not so good. But I think we had less bad than we did the week before, at least. But
Yeah.
yeah, I know, not saying much. I got it. But we're at that point where kind of ending the show, and I just want to ask your thoughts before we go about AEW's commentary team this past week. Any thoughts? Considering you wanted to shit all over her last week.
Well, I think I loved it that today he was taking shots at Bischoff, and then Bischoff responded, and then Bischoff went on YouTube later and went on like this. He hosted like his own little private kind of like live chat, and where he was just responding to him and then fielding questions for people and all that stuff. It just makes it so hard for people to get behind him and root for him.
He does. Yeah.
He comes off to me as a spoiled rich kid who's really had nothing, no real hard time life experience, and he's able to fund this little project that he has with an unlimited bank account. And I always loved it when people a couple of years ago was like, well, don't you want to root for the underdog? It's like, he's not an underdog. He's not an underdog. He's a fucking billionaire that's on Turner Networks. It's like, he's not an underdog. TNA is an underdog.
Yeah.
GCW is an underdog. AEW is not an underdog. They're not an underdog organization. They got big time TV deal. They got fucking a guy who's banking them that he's got a lot of money. It's just the problem is that he doesn't know how to spend it. Considering the fact that he just dropped $15-20 million, which he might start throwing more money around come in 2 months. Because you got Becky Lynch's contract coming up. You got Seth Rollins. You got Drew McIntyre. Those 3 guys are going to be highly coveted free agents. and they are going to have to make a decision. Do I think WWE is going to probably keep most of them, if not all? Yeah, I do. Because I think they're going to look at it and they're going to say, this is the place to be. But if they want to make the fucking real serious money, they're going to go to AEW. Because they're going to pay more. But
I don't know.
I think Seth and Becky are worried about legacy. And they want to be able to cement their legacy. And this might be their last big contract. Well, same thing with Drew. And
Well, this goes back to what I said before with Mercedes Moné and Becky potentially jumping ship. It's like, for what? You know, like, who are you going there to wrestle that is really going to give you that much more, I don't even know, notoriety, legacy?
there's no one.
Yeah, and that's the point. You know, for the men's division, you could make a few arguments. You know, you have, a few guys that you have signed recently. One being Will Ospreay, obviously, that brings a much different dynamic to your wrestling. I guess style is the best way to say it. So maybe there's something there, but I don't know if a guy like Seth, even a guy like Cody now, Cody's up there too. A guy like Roman, a guy like others, just rattling off those guys in my head, even Sami Zayn, even Kevin Owens, that are kind of broaching their 40s within the next 4+ years, could really hang with that. And aside from just a guy like Will Ospreay, you have other guys that are not going to jive with that style. And so you have the legacy, you have the style, and now just looking at it from the aspect of the money, yeah, some of them might go for the money and to work less dates, but if they really want to cement their legacy, if they really want to jump into other things like The Rock has into acting, for example, you're not going to do that by going over there. You're just not.
No.
So I think just from that aspect alone, like if I am any of those people that you mentioned, whether it be Rollins, whether it be McIntyre, whether it be Becky Lynch, I stay where I am or I retire. Even if that means I'm not making, $10 million the next year, like, okay. Like, I'll stay at 3 with incentive. Like, I don't care. Like, this is where I am. This is where I want to be. This is the premier league of that business, of that industry, versus going to, like, AA ball. Like,
Right.
Why would I want to take a downgrade just to get more money? Sure, but what are you getting after that? Are you going to be unhappy like fucking other people that have not been on TV for about a year, like we talked about before? Are you going to go on your social media account and then, get a talking to by Daniel Bryan, Brian Danielson, whatever the hell you want to call him? Like, come on. Just... Is your boss going to be scared for his life when you get angry?
Yeah.
Like, I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to this, like, oh, this is the destination. It's like, no, you just threw more money at them than they fucking could say no to. Or you're allowing them to do certain things. And like the Ospreay thing, I get it. Listen, he does not want to move his family to the States. I get it. I respect it. I'm not going to talk shit about that. And I know there's people out there going to be like, oh, well, Triple H didn't try hard enough. Well, how the fuck would you know that? Because they didn't sign him? How is that indicative of a Triple H failure? Is that maybe not more indicative of the fact that Ospreay was not willing to move on those topics? Just stupid.
If you're in a wrestling company, you can't break the bank all the time, my guys. It's impossible.
Dude, I'm a Red Sox fan. You're talking to the choir, man.
I wish they would fucking break the.
Yeah, I wish they would too.
Fucking assholes.
Or the times that they do, it just burns them.
Well, yeah. I mean, because that's the thing, and now they're trigger scared. They don't want to fucking pull the trigger on guys that they should.
John Henry's an asshole, so I don't really care. Anyways, wrestling.
Yeah. Tony I knew he was going to overspend to get Ospreay. I knew he was going to overspend to get Okada.
Yep.
I knew he was going to overspend to get Mercedes Moné. It's like, okay, like I understand why you're going to stick with Mercedes to kind of take your. But the problem is he's never booked women seriously. So now all of a sudden he's going to start booking women seriously. That he's paying her all this money, or is he just going to book her seriously and the rest of the division can still go fucking pound sand?
I'm gonna repeat what I've always said about this promotion, whether it be with you personally or on this broadcast, and I'm just gonna repeat it. You're not with any of those three. You're not moving your bottom line. You're not adding views, and therefore, any of that money that you spent is a fucking waste because you're a business. You need to make fucking money. You're not doing that. If you're not doing that and you're adding these three talents and your bottom line is still not moved, why did you even bother spending that money in the first place? And I know we've talked about this. I know others talk about this too. Like, oh, well, it's still a good product. Okay, but who's watching the product? The same people that have always been watching it. That's the thing that people don't realize. And like, oh, well, they're solvent. Yeah, right now, because they're being bankrolled by daddy.
Mm.
They're not adding views. Therefore, they're not going to add that much more additional content. And in doing all of that, we've discussed this. They might lose their TV agreements. So
It might. I mean,
I don't think it's a might. I think it's a more a question of when.
Well, the contract's up in 6 months,
Well,
so
then we'll know.
that is an issue that, like, okay, so are you trying to hold out to get on Max? Because I don't know if Max wants any of his content. Like, I just don't know. I don't think they want that there. I don't think they want to. They don't think it's going to add any value. And maybe they're right, because when you're HBO Max or HBO or whatever the fuck, like when you're Warner Brothers, you have this app and you have this tremendous library between like DC Comics and then of course the Warner Brothers library, all this stuff. And then you have this company that's like, oh, I want to be on the app. I want to bring my wrestling content. But how many people are you going to add of subscribers that's going to be willing to pay to watch the content? Are you going to do the pay-per-views live on this app? Like, what is your strategy here? Because I look at AEW and I see it every single week, and I look at the reports and I look at their attendance numbers, and and it was embarrassing last night watching the hard camp side when no one was sitting there. He's going to these 10,000, 12,000 seat arenas, and he's maybe getting 4,000 people to go.
if he's lucky, yeah.
Like last night, I think they drew like 3,500 in a building that was
That's
like
what I heard, yeah.
12,000.
Yeah, I also heard about the same number, 3.5, something like that.
They're going to be in Worcester next week, and I'm wondering how they're going to sell.
Live from the sidewalk. I don't see anybody yet.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, because the last time they were there, people were talking about it. They were well attended. And wrestling's always done well in the city. Like WWE, the last couple of times, it sold out big time.
Yeah.
But how are they going to do next week is the question, because they're cold. They're ice cold right now. They have an age problem. Their world champion is 45 years old. Their TNT champion is 50. Like, but they got so many young lions, these guys that are ready to just crash the gates.
But here's the thing. I like that statement just because you can segue into this. Are they ready? That's more of a question.
Swerve
Because
Strickland
you,
is.
yeah, but dude, that's one guy.
I know.
Like here's the other thing we didn't talk about at all during this WrestleMania, the road to WrestleMania at all, whether it be this week or in the past couple weeks. We still don't know if we're going to see MJF at WrestleMania. There's a lot of talk that still maybe has potential to happen. So if that's the case, like who else do they have? You have you have Swerve, you have Edge, who's 50, like you said. You have Christian Cage, who's right up there too. You have Samoa Joe. These guys are ready because they have been in the system, any system, for a while. Who else do they have? Darby Allin, who's gonna supposedly climb frickin' Mount Everest or whatever.
That's got put off because I guess he broke his foot.
Yeah, fucking shocking. You shouldn't be doing it. Period. You just lost Sting to retirement, which Sting's not going to be your next world champion or anything, anyways. But still, it's a guy that people will tune in to watch. He's a known commodity. I don't even know who else they have because nobody gives a fuck. You're not going to put the belt right on Ospreay, which makes the most sense. Kenny is like off and on.
Diverticulitis.
Yeah, exactly. The Young Bucks, nobody gives a fuck. Plus, they're a tag team.
Okada, like you just debuted him. He just won the Continental title.
Which, like, what the fuck was that?
Even though him showing up in the Ferrari the other night was pretty badass.
It was, but again, like, he's not that young either. He's like, what, 38, 39?
36, but
36,
also he was in New
okay.
Japan the last decade, so he's pushing towards 50 as far as his body is concerned.
Well, that's probably why I thought he was older.
Yeah.
But it's just, whether it's an age problem or talent being ready or they don't want to push certain talent yet, like him and Ospreay, all of that makes sense. But then the question then becomes, who else do you have?
True.
And at that point, why am I going to watch your product for like 3 guys?
No, that's very true.
And
it's very true.
The same could be said about the women's division. And you said this earlier. He never has booked women very well. There might be few instances here and there where he does it, but usually it's not good.
There's going to be unrest in that locker room.
I'm sure it's already there.
I'm sure there is too, because some of these women are making 10%
of what Mercedes is.
Of what Mercedes is making. It's like,
I've heard that.
You can't upset the fucking locker room like that. You're going to have a problem. Because there's going to be women that are going to be pissed off because they've been there since day one, and yet they know her operation. They know how she works. They know if she doesn't like something, she's just going to fucking leave.
Yeah, true.
And yet they're going to put up with it. Because she's the flavor of the month or the action figure of the month for that company. And I don't like being negative about them. I try not to be.
Yes, you do. Don't lie.
No, when I'm trying, I've always tried to be. I've wanted to come in with this company and be fair. I wanted them to succeed. The reason why I wanted them to succeed is because the business is better
with competition.
With a competition, and they're just better all around for the business. My problem is that everything that I feared was going to happen has happened. And you have someone in Tony that has never held a position of power before in any other in anything. Like, he never sat there and was like, he never was an understudy for Paul Heyman like Gabe Sapolsky was when he ran Ring of Honor and then Dragon Gate. And then I think it, not Beyond Wrestling, but I think it was Defy. Right. But he was a booker in several different companies, but he was an understudy of Paul Heyman. And he didn't have that training. He didn't go sit with certain people and pick their brain. He just wrote a show on. He's just been writing shows since he was a teenager, and this is what he's booking with. It's like how does that make any fucking sense?
The thing with Tony
Like-
Khan, I feel like, is kind of what you said, but I'll flesh it out a little bit more. Is I feel like when people play fantasy football, right, or they even if you think, and like I've never played it myself, so like I maybe can't speak to it, but like even like D&D maybe, where
Mhm.
people make their stat sheets and they make their characters and they make this backstory.
Mhm.
He does that, but not really fully. His is more like, I have this character and I'm going to throw him in an arena with this character.
Right.
And it makes no fucking sense because there's no backstory to that. There's no nuances to that. It's fantasy booking, like, I guess the best way to say it, like your favorite sports teams, which I know people do that. Like that doesn't bother me. It's like fantasy football. A lot of people do shit like that. But when there's no fucking reason behind it, it's like, what the hell? So, like, just randomly thinking like, oh, okay, Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega have fought in the past in New Japan. Why are they fighting now in AEW? And that's never fleshed out.
No.
You know, and I have no problem with Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay on paper, right? Like that's a phenomenal matchup. But why am I seeing it for like the fifth time? You know, you look at some of these other like I don't really watch a lot of AEW. I think that's been clear. But I don't get why Eddie Kingston is the Ring of Honor World Champion. And why he's also like another champion of something else. I have no idea. And granted, like I don't care, but why does that interest anybody? Why does it interest me to watch Christian Cage and Edge? Oh, well, there's a story behind that. They've been friends for so long, and you know, like Christian
I've
told him
seen
to go
this
fuck
before.
himself.
Yeah, it's
But like that's the thing. Like I've seen it before, but it's engaging. It's interesting because
Yes.
now it's a new dynamic. But he doesn't do that all the time.
no.
So it's like the inconsistency is also what gets me because now I'm just like, okay, well you did it for Christian Edge. You had a decent storyline, but why is Will Ospreay fighting Nick Jackson? Like, why is that happening? And it's just fucking inconsistent as fuck, and it makes no fucking sense, and it bothers people, and he doesn't get why. Now, listen, is WWE guilty of this at times? Absolutely.
Not so much anymore.
No, but you're right. Not so much anymore. They still do it occasionally.
Of course.
You know, like listen, like right now, the biggest thing that I can think of, and it's not even that big really, depending on your point of view, is like this whole Candice LeRae thing. It's like, why is she an asshole now? What the fuck is she doing? Why is she like berating fucking Maxine Dupree? And like, listen, they've dropped the hints. There's no hint dropping in AEW.
No.
So even at their most vague aspects, WWE still gives you more hints than AEW. And then like I just the problem to me, aside from all of that, aside from what you said too, because I think you made some great points, I just can't fucking stand the guy.
No. I can't either.
Like he's this fucking kid with a fucking trust fund who's like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, I'm gonna do that. And I don't care what anybody else says. But the minute somebody's willing to like talk back to him, oh, I'm afraid for my life.
Well, I'll be the first one to admit, and I don't think I'm a turncoat or anything like that. If Tony Khan ever called me and wanted and offered me a job, I would take it. But the problem is that, and I'm somebody that I can look at a roster and somehow come up with a plan pretty quickly. I look at his roster and I'd be like, be a lot of guys getting fired in one day. A lot of guys just like I would just be there with a list and I'd just be calling them down one by one. See ya, see ya, see ya, see ya. I'll pay you 3 months. See ya, see ya, see ya. Pay you 3. You know, like it's just because I'd want to. The first thing I would need to do for my own well being and my own sanity would be to cut down payroll because I would be like, you can't survive on this. You can't. You can't survive long term on this. This is too much. Like you lost 35 something million last year. This year you're going to lose it's just you got to be able to simplify it. Well, yeah, but no, you got to be able to simplify it. You're paying too much. You're paying too many guys. Everybody's average salary is $400,000. You didn't even want them going over. You didn't want everybody making $100,000 a year in WCW. You're paying everybody now $400,000.
I mean, different time, inflation, and all that, but I get what you're saying. You know, and he even said that. Oh, we learned from WCW and that we can't have so many people, and meanwhile, you just fucking keep hiring people.
My other problem is, it's like half these people still work the fucking indies, so they're making their guarantee of something figures a year, and if you're not booking them, they could go get shit on the side. How's that fair?
Dude, John Moxley's bleeding over fucking bingo halls somewhere. Like,
or getting choked out in an amateur fucking like jiu-jitsu tournament.
Or he has fucking pasta stuck in his head. But yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, listen, like at the end of the day, like I do like that aspect that they can go work somewhere else if they're not getting enough work. But if you're guaranteeing them a 6-figure contract, as you just said, which we know that as a fact at this point, it's been reported, why would you continue to pay them if they get hurt somewhere else?
That's like
John Moxley is making 7 figures. I think that's a known fact at this point. So if he's making 7 figures, why are you allowing that? Especially if you're guaranteeing him that 7 figures. Why are you allowing him to go out to this fucking random bingo hall and fucking rancid wherever and allowing him to get potentially seriously injured to the point where he never wrestles again? Meanwhile, and I don't know the contract status. I don't even know the number. We just know it's over 7, excuse me. So let's say he gets hurt. You just signed the new contract, for example, for like, I don't know, just say 5 years, just for the fuck of it. You're going to pay him 7 figures now to sit home because you guaranteed that money? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
He went to a GCW show and stabbed himself with a fucking lightning, with a light tube. And now he's going to sit home for 6 months and you're going to pay him.
Yeah.
I'd be furious. Like, and I'd just be like, okay, so you're paying this guy how much money a year, yet he's able to go on the weekends and go fucking gallivanting around and doing deathmatch tournaments? Like, where the fuck, what? I don't know.
But I don't disagree, and that's the thing.
The ass backwards.
It is.
It's just.
Why do you think WWE is just like, no, you're not going to work anywhere else?
And I know. And again, like the thing with AEW is with me is, I don't like illogical booking, and I don't like people that think illogically. Am I saying that they all have to think like me? No. What I'm saying is that what they have to do makes sense. I'll give Tony credit. There was a couple of years there where he was doing a lot of great things. And I just don't think he expected that Vince was going to be out of office and then they were really going to turn it on once he left. He didn't predict that.
But
I think in his mind he
do shit.
No.
That's the thing. So listen, real quick, because I think that's a good segue into this conversation, right? Where look at Adam Cole and MJF. That was entertaining.
Yes.
Okay. It somehow got thrown together, but it fucking worked, so they stuck with it. And Adam Cole got hurt. Fine. You're still able to kind of prolong the story in different ways. That's fine. But then introducing him as the devil was fucking stupid. It didn't fucking work People
Could be
fucking
his
hated
swan
it.
song with the company too.
I-
Not Adam Cole, but I'm talking MJF.
No, I know. And to that point, it's like maybe it is, but if it is, like that's on
Stupid.
him. That's on fucking Tony Khan. And at the apex of where they were at, especially with that storyline period, to just kind of give it a sense of finality and giving him the devil aspect for Adam Cole, fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
That should not have happened. And listen, there are times that WWE is guilty of the same, like, haha, gotcha, like, bullshit. But I think over time they've learned from that. And if they're able to fucking learn from that, we're talking fucking years ago at this point,
Yes.
he should have looked at the history of that and said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to make him a heel, and that's fine, but we're not going to do it that way. That's
Right.
stupid. And especially to do it at a pay-per-view, no less, too, is even stupider. So, looking at it that way, at that point, that was like the only storyline anybody actually gave a shit about. And really the only one they had going. Additionally, looking at some of the other bullshit that they've done in the past, and looking at the women's division period, it's like, even if you add Mercedes Moné, you have what? 5 women? 2 of which are not really on TV?
Yeah.
One objectively has not been on TV for about a year, you said, with Britt Baker.
Yep.
So what is Mercedes Moné going to do? She's going to fight with Sky Blue and Julia Hart for a while? Like, okay, then what? Are you going to bring back legit Hayla Hirsch because anybody actually give a shit about her? Like, are you going to put the money back in? Or is she, like, legit retired from in-ring activity? Like,
I think she left the company.
she did, but
Yeah.
I forget the actual reasoning. Are you going to go out and spend money on Jordan Grace? Probably not.
No, I think she's WWE bound.
I would not be surprised.
Plus, her husband had some heat with Tony.
Oh, good.
They got into a blow up at because he was the Ring of Honor champion when he bought it, and he and this is actually a funny story.
Oh, jeez.
So Jonathan Grisham
Right.
was the Ring of Honor champion, and the night that he lost to Cesaro, he threw a fit, and he used in his argument against Tony his PWI ranking, which I laughed my ass off when I heard that. And he's of course married to Jordan Grace,
Right.
so that's why I don't think Jordan Grace will be going to AEW anytime soon. I think if she leaves TNA, she's going to be going to WWE, especially with what happened with the Royal Rumble.
Right. And that's the big thing. And listen, like, I did not think she's going to go to AEW anyways. I'm just using her as an example.
No, I know.
But the story makes it that much funnier, obviously. But and you just signed Deanna Purrazzo too. And, okay, but, like,
He's
again,
already frustrated.
yeah, exactly. And rightfully fucking
I saw her
so.
on I saw on social media last week. She was already frustrated about it. She's been there what, 2 months?
Just barely, yeah. You have Soraya there, who I think is just happy to fucking do something. And I don't think she gives a shit. You have Timeless Tony Storm, who is the current women's champion.
Great character work from Tony. I gotta give her credit.
Yeah, dude, listen, I love Tony Storm, but
Yeah.
Are you then gonna put her immediately in a feud with, Mercedes Moné? Like, first of all, no.
You're
Second
a
of all,
lamb.
yeah. Second of all, do I give a shit?
No.
And, it's not against Tony Storm. It's just, I don't want to see that shit. Not for a while. So then, on top of all of that, that's like barely 10 women that I just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you going to do with that division? Are you going to bring back the people that you've kind of gotten rid of? Is Thunder Rosa going to start playing more of an active role again? Is she clear with the freaking women's locker room if they do that now? Are you going to bring Britt Baker back? Is she gone? Like, what's going on with that? And then on top of it, the biggest question, in my opinion, is going to be this. All things considered, is Sasha Banks going to be able to keep herself healthy and not get injured anyways?
Yeah, that's the key. That all of that is key.
Yeah.
And we also don't know how is she going to be, because she hasn't wrestled a match since the ankle injury.
Well, that's part of why I'm saying it, but yeah.
We don't know if she lost a step because of it. She's been out of the ring for a year plus.
You could almost make the argument that she's been out 3 years, except for like, what, 2 or 3 matches?
Well, no, 2 years because she left in 2022.
I understand, but my point is that she has not wrestled except for a few matches. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
I don't know. It'll be interesting. I think it's good context just because, again, I don't think they have a bolstered women's division enough to really give her the platform that they think they're giving her.
I just don't know. There's too many people that like that like that company and support that company. They're just fucking delusional.
Yeah, I don't get it.
They just can't sit there and look at it and say there's some real fucking problems with this company. They haven't been able to do that. They just think that everything is fine, even in ownership, because it's like, why is your product slipping in ratings?
Yeah.
Ratings don't matter anymore.
Says
so you want 500, you want like 200 million a year, like for your fucking TV show.
It's like, the thing is, and I guess we should say it before we sign off on it, but we don't hate AEW.
No,
like we just think it's horribly mismanaged.
Yes.
AEW, for all intents and purposes, no matter what I say about the women that I just mentioned, they do have a great roster. They do have great talent. It's just the way they utilize them is just so stupid. You know, the thing is this, right? And I want to liken it to Sami Zayn. During that whole Bloodline story, when he was a part of the Bloodline, was just like we talked about The Rock and Cody from this Monday Night Raw. Sami Zayn and the Bloodline was great television.
Mm-hmm.
It was engaging. You wanted to, you know, whether it be sign in, tune in, whatever, to go and watch that. You don't have that in AEW.
No.
You don't have the same non-wrestling segments that make me want to tune in. And there's nothing wrong with that. You want to tune in for the wrestling, but sometimes you want to tune in for some other shit too. I already mentioned it. You talked about MJF and Adam Cole. That was engaging to watch. It was fun to watch. It wasn't all just wrestling.
Right.
A lot of it was. A lot of it wasn't. I want to watch for stuff like that. Can Will Ospreay throw on a good 15-minute match? Yeah, absolutely. Can Kenny Omega? Yeah, absolutely. Dude, Chris Jericho can still throw on a 15-minute match. Edge can still throw on a 15-minute match. But what are you doing with those? What other segments are they in that make me want to tune in? And that's the
Jericho's
problem.
got go away heat with that company right now.
He does. I needed another old dude to throw in the mix. Sorry, that was the first one that popped in my head. But I just, you know, we don't hate AEW. We just hate the way it's run. Leave it there. But do you have any other closing thoughts before we sign off?
So I figured I still have to run this. Well, actually, we'll make an announcement on social media, but we have something planned for next week. I still have to kind of get the I's and T's crossed, I's dotted and the T's crossed to finalize it. But we have something special that we're going to do next week.
Hopefully
we'll announce it. Hopefully earlier in the week next week to kind of get everybody's attention. It's going to be kind of a whole all hands on deck next week because again, WrestleMania is next week's it. like next week is
Yep.
pretty much Christmas week for wrestling fans. And yeah, everybody's waiting to see what's under the tree. I have Friday and Monday off next week. So I am fully mentally prepared for what's going to come ahead of everything. Yeah, I'm planning on playing a lot of 2K, eating a lot of bad food.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I have Monday off at the very least. Friday, I'm getting off at like 4, so I'm getting off like an hour earlier, so I don't really care that much, but it'll definitely be an adventure for sure.
I'll be stoned, full, and very happy, depending on some things that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, we'll announce that once we find out everything. Once we cross the T's and dot the lowercase J's. Yep, there you go. I had to get in a movie reference somewhere. I thought so. I mean, shit. It's probably people that are like, "What the fuck is that reference?" I'm not gonna fucking say it. So figure it out. Just look up lowercase J's in movies and see what you find. It's not a porn reference. Don't worry. Do you want to give out your plugs then?
Sure. Be sure to check out me and John Young and a new member of Pro Wrestling World, Calamity Jane, our new female kind of correspondent. We'll be doing an episode tomorrow. We'll be doing some recordings, and then this weekend we'll be uploading those. So be sure to check that out on Spotify and Apple. The good old Pro Wrestling World Talks. Be sure to also check out Wrestling Glory Days on Facebook as I contribute when I can. It's very hard now with the 2 shows and editing and also trying to study up on content for programs. My time, like I was complaining yesterday, I was like, I barely touched my Xbox in weeks. Yeah. I just got the new wrestling game, and it's just so hard to just turn it on sometimes and be able to get like good headway in it, because number one, I want to try out all the creation suites, like making signs and putting together like downloading characters, all that stuff. So it's a lot of fun. It really is. Every time I'm able to try kind of go in and like play around with it for a while, it's fun. I'm hoping I can get more time of it. It's just, duty calls these days.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about the second show here and there, and I'm just like, I don't have any fucking time for that right now. And I literally just, every time I think about it, it's like I have to just remind myself, like, dude, you have no fucking free time practically, so don't even fucking bother. But yeah, so you can find Dan's first, second, whatever show we want to call it, in those places. Dan's other show, I'll just say it that way. I'm not gonna prioritize. You can also follow us both on social media. I have to be better about posting on social media, but this week has been torturous. Last week was a little bit torturous too. But we are on, obviously, YouTube, Diamond Broadcasting Productions channel. We are The Shoot. We are at The Shoot Show 1 at gmail.com. On Twitter X, whatever the hell it's called, on Instagram. We're also on Facebook, as is Diamond Podcasting Productions. I think the only difference is D Podcasting 1 on Twitter X, and I think everywhere else is Diamond Podcasting Productions. Because Twitter was just like, hey, fuck you, that's too long of a name. Elon, you gotta get on that, bro. Otherwise, we're both, obviously, we have our own private accounts and public accounts on social media as well. So if you see us like and share something, you can find us on those profiles, because we usually do that. We usually repost the show stuff and the Diamond Podcasting Production stuff. So you can find us on social media that way as well. And make sure that you comment, talk.
Like and subscribe.
Well, I was gonna say comment first, but yeah, comments. Definitely like and subscribe and share with your friends. Sharing is caring.
Sharing is caring.
But yeah, definitely let us know in the comments what you felt about the show, what you felt about this road to WrestleMania, whether it be from Raw, from SmackDown, the main event scene, and also how you felt about these different WrestleMania main events, because there's definitely a lot of them, obviously. There's definitely some that people will probably be like, that wasn't that bad. Or, I didn't like that match nearly as much as you guys like it. Which, to you, I will just say, no, don't be like that.
Dude.
Don't be like that.
Heard.
Yep. But for you, for me, that's the show. Episode 10. Wow. Can't believe we're already that far. I can't believe it's actually been that long already. We're moving on up in the world. But for Dan and myself, that's the show. Like I said, hopefully we'll do the things, do the likes, do the subs.
Do the thing!
Do the thing. Yep. But we will catch you next week, where hopefully we'll have a big show.
Really big show.
Big show. And I'm going to go to bed. Good night!
Good night.